There we are. All right. So should be about where we stopped off last. So let's see how quickly we should be able to get through all of this. We'll try to be a bit faster, but it is hard to resist commenting and raging at Candace Owens. I don't know how far we'll get into this. We might skip around a little bit, see if we can find somebody who actually has good arguments against her or forces her to argue better, because mostly the problem is Candace just kind of sucks. Candace just really sucks to argue around with. She doesn't really have much of an argument. She just kind of has an opinion. Then doesn't even try to substantiate it that anyway. So let's make sure we got that nice and loud.
Hi, I'm Ceci.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So your claim is that women will be happier at home. I think you're conflating, though, happiness with importance, because I get what you're saying, where a woman can write a book and have kids, but the kids are always going to make her happier. But I think it just means that kids are always going to be more important, not necessarily make you happier. But also, piggybacking on Naima, we
Small little comment she kind of broke in there. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, I now remember, but I mean, that kind of is what she's saying, that kids are more important. You give more fulfillment from raising children. And again, that's the only logical thing that you could draw from what she's saying. Otherwise, what she is saying is kind of more of a weird, again, bioessentialist, spiritualist kind of, your existence is not being fulfilled if you're not doing this. But again, she doesn't really want to say any of those things because she knows she can't. She just is going to dance around the issue. But let's give her some give her some room.
not necessarily make you happier. But also, piggybacking on Naima, we don't live in an economy where people typically can have a one income household,
Right.
whether it be the mom or dad that stays home. And so I think, and you keep bringing up the 1950s, which
Because it was right before the fact.
I just don't know if that's the period of time that you want to go back to.
No, it's just I'm just going back to the first wave of
But
feminism.
you want to undo progress that's been done. So I'm curious as to what decade you'd be comfortable living in, especially as a Black woman.
Okay, so we're gonna park aside the race politics because I want to focus on.
Yeah, because again, she likes to call out, oh, they're trying to race bait to a certain extent, but we could maybe see that. But again, it is a fair question. It's framed in a little bit a different way, but it's just like, well, yes, we're not going to. It's obvious we can't time travel back, and we're not going to everything. We shouldn't assume that you want everything to be like 1950 or 1960 or something like that. Like, you don't want cars from the 1950s. You want modern stuff. You don't want TV shows from the 50s. Okay. But like, you keep saying this happened before here. Okay. What aspects or what parts of the 1950s or pre-feminism do you want? And more importantly, if they are not situated or it's not comparable to the 1950s social cultural kind of moment, it merely has like some kind of meta narrative concept, even if they were doing it the wrong way. I don't want to do it, this essentialism, the way they did in the 50s. I just want the essentialism. Then you need to define that. You need to work at that a little bit better, Candace. Candace would need to actually, because she's the one with the actual argument, you need to do this, because if you keep saying something pre-feminism ruined everything or ruined this, what is this? What would it look like? That's another thing that I would suggest for anyone out there who wants to make arguments in moral favor of some kind of change in society or whatever. The thing I would do is, if you're going to prescribe something to us, think of it like a medicine. If you're going to prescribe a medicine, what is that medicine? I should know what that medicine is. I should know how that medicine comes out. I should know what this is going to do. I should know the look of it, the shape of it. Give me an idea of what the solution actually looks like, not some kind of meta like pseudo spiritual vague abstract. Give me like some actual concrete, this is what I would want them doing. Now, the reason why many conservative pundits like Candace Owens, especially like Candace Owens, is that you, or especially they, don't have that answer. Big thing that I've felt that's a major problem, even though I feel like there are some good argumentation and good concepts within conservatism. I know I say that now, and everyone's holding their pearls and going, "Oh my God, I knew he was secretly MAGA." No, not even close. I don't agree with them, and I don't think they actually work out. But I don't disavow, or I'm not completely blind to some of the potential good and strengths of that solution. I don't think it's the best solution, but again, we might say, this F1 Formula One racing car is super, super, super fast, and it's the fastest thing, and we're judging fast to be the best thing. That, and then somebody else says, no, this Ferrari is really fast. It's faster than the F1. On the track, like objectively, I know, and I think everyone else who's not an idiot would know, that the F1 car is going to beat the Ferrari. Basically, every Ferrari, every production car you could find, it's going to beat it, because of course it's going to beat it. But that doesn't mean that the Ferrari is slow. And I can acknowledge the Ferrari is pretty fast. It's faster than a lot of other cars. It's just not going to beat out this F1. It can be the same way with, again, ideologies or answers to problem solutions in society and culture. My issue is that I don't really see any major conservatives ever giving me even almost like the abstract idea of a solution, of a end state goal. At most, it is self-help guru, vague revival tent. We will find the promised lands, and all the waters will be clean, and the fields will be filled with all of God's bounty. And like, oh, what the fuck does that mean? Like, are taxes going to go up or down? Like, can you give me a straight answer? And the reason why they don't do that is because more often than not, when they do actually are forced to give straight answers, the Charlie Kirks, the Ben Shapiros, most of what they say is silly and doesn't work, which is why they oftentimes don't actually debate with anybody who knows anything or studies this stuff for a living. Partly because those people don't really like debating with people like Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk, because they're hacks and they don't really like them. But beyond that, it's a frustrating thing because those types deal in facts and hardened theoretical concepts. I know that sounds kind of silly, contradictory to say a concept that's hardened, but again, a logical construct or abstract that has been tested and kind of attacked from multiple philosophies, multiple directions, and we get a general idea of, all right, these are some things we can start saying about the abstract in a general sense. It's not perfect, it's not the best, but these are some of the things we can say about this. And some things that we really just can't say much anymore because they don't really work. This is the frustration. So Candace is upset about the what she would probably refer to as some kind of race bait, but again, it is kind of. But I'm like, you argue for shit, and I would even say this isn't just about racism necessarily. Again, or in the direct sense, like we could look at, all right, you want to go back to the 1950s. It's not even about discrimination. This is just about 1950s as a black woman. I mean, again, black women and black men disproportionately make up those in poverty. So she's talking about, you know, this doesn't work in low income family households. This whole one parent stays home, one parent has, the single income family home. This is especially difficult for anyone in the poverty sector. Now, again, I would have just said poverty, but again, Candace Owens isn't poor. So again, she's trying to maybe make the connection, but we could have left it off on the table, but it's there.
Okay, then as a woman, what period of time do you want to go back to?
Just as a woman, I think that it was probably a better environment for women when we understood that raising our children was
When is that? When when women understood raising our children was the best thing. Notice again, when? Like, you keep saying that we don't do this. But if you're saying that we don't do X, then by necessity, you have to suggest that there is an X. And more importantly, Candace seems to be suggesting that we don't do it anymore. Okay, so when did we do X? When did we do X? It and what did that look like when we were doing X? Candace really, again, this isn't an answer, and it's super frustrating because it doesn't do anything. It adds nothing. She just repeats the same goddamn point. She has nothing more than just this statement. You might say, oh, they haven't been attacking the statement. They have been attacking the statement in multiple ways. She does not want to elaborate on this other than to just appeal to the sense that things today are wrong and things in the past where we didn't exist, this nostalgia goggles past, that the past had something awesome and amazing. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but show or discuss when, where, how and in what way can that past element, past aspect of culture, of society, how can that be recreated today? Because you can't just take it from the past and put it today, because everything is very culturally situated in the moment. No, it's never going to be the same, because it can't be. You are recreating something. It's not the original product. It's a recreation of that thing. So give me something.
when we understood that raising our children was fulfilling.
But
when
some
we were
women
at
still
home.
do understand that.
Right,
A lot of women
and
still
I'm one of
understand
them.
that. And I'm here advocating for you to
Okay.
be able to live the life that you want and for other women to be able to live the lives they want.
Do you have children?
No.
Okay, you have a career, I presume.
Yeah,
Okay, what do you work? What field do you work in?
I do hair.
Okay, wonderful. So I have both children and a career as somebody.
Maybe it was just my imagination, but I felt a faint whiff of classism and dismissal there. What career do you have? Oh, I do hair. Okay. Maybe it was just me, but I felt the faintest whiff of, oh, you're just a hairdresser. That's not a career. Poor person. I don't know. I felt some kind of sniffling dismissal there.
I do hair.
Okay, wonderful. So I have both children and a career, as somebody pointed out. And so the fact that I'm saying that you will be infinitely more fulfilled at the end of the day, by raising your children than you will be if you come home and you say, wow, I really crushed it dyeing somebody's hair today. What is it exactly that makes you angry about hearing that? Like,
What is it? Why are you so upset about this? Well, because you don't just say that. But let's just take that. One, you are making a value judgment, and you're saying that what I do is less valuable than what you do. Now, the value of that action and what we do is important to us. So anytime you're making a value statement saying X is better than Y, there is a potentiality that you may this could hurt somebody's feelings. Not outside the bounds of reality. Okay. So the next thing is that you don't just say this. Every single conservative person, they always like to pretend that what they're saying is completely new. Well, at the same time, like it's this back and forth Mott and Bailey existence to where they want to use all of the old tradition and the stock and value that we put in that to create this long kind of the value and the sturdiness of my argument is supported by the centuries of agreement and the long tradition. They want that, but then they also just want to pretend like my statement is in a complete vacuum, has absolutely nothing to do with anything else that's ever happened, is happening, could happen, and has been discussed about this ever. Why are you upset? Why are you mad when I say that, the only thing, like, again, on the surface, this statement is a terrible argumentative statement because nobody is going to argue that children, and even the act of raising children, is somehow less than a career necessarily. Even if we wanted to put them in the same category, which I don't think we should, because the career is not necessarily about joy and fulfillment. You can get joy and fulfillment from it, but there also are other aspects of it, the social and community good. Raising children also has social and community good. It also has personal enjoyment. Like these things, this is not really a great metric to do. And even if it is, it's such a dumb statement on its surface. In the vacuum, this argument's stupid. So Candace Owens is a stupid person, but again, when she says this statement, she knows damn well that it's not in a vacuum, that this coincides along with the exact same argument of women should not have a career because it's not the optimal maximized joy and fulfillment. They are denying their womanness and they're trying to be manlike. You've even said this in the previous video. She even says it. I can't remember where, but she says you are becoming, you became more manlike. She's replying to somebody who's getting a career and pretending and acting like a man rather than acting like a woman when you're getting a career. This whole thing relies on this kind of essentialist position that states X must be X and Y must be Y. And they can never ever look or perform anything else but that. Anytime you are deviating from the essential X behavior, what we have determined this gender role is, this X role is, you are not just being fraudulent, but you are denying and in fact deviating from this divine-like plan. And thus your actions are wrong. Again, so this idea of that, why are you getting angry at such a simple statement? It's because it's not. It never is just a simple statement. Don't let them lie to you. And if it is such a simple statement, you're a simple-minded person, Candace. This is stupid. This would, again, this would barely be acceptable as an argumentative paper in 101 kind of shit.
That's what I'm actually trying.
Nothing makes
I'm
me
trying
angry.
to get.
No,
I'm
that's
trying to
just
get
it.
to
You know
the.
what,
I'm
Kat?
trying
No,
to get
but
to the implicit
but that's the
revolution
thing, is that no one
when
is
someone
angry.
mentions children.
No, see, no one's angry when you mention children. I get angry, I guess, when you mention that someone should have a children, or you're trying to impose a lifestyle onto people that you want to live, which I think is kind of funny, because as someone who's anti-feminism, you practice it more than most women do. I mean, every time you get on your podcast, every time you collect a check, you're practicing feminism.
Okay, that's what you think.
No, that's what it is.
I mean, she should probably circle this around. A good way to circle this around is that if this is the ultimate joy, and this is kind of the purpose that you have dictated, is this is my purpose in life, is to raise children, my God-given purpose, my spiritual purpose. Every time I am not doing that and doing something else that doesn't directly or indirectly correlate to the care and raising of children, I am deviating more and more from this. So, Candace, every time you do your career of any kind, you are deviating from this thing. Now, she's going to say, well, I'm not saying everyone should do this. Then your statement doesn't work, is nonsensical, and ultimately a non-issue. This is like saying no other gas in the world will be as fulfill women as with as much joy and fulfillment as oxygen. And the core part of your argument is, well, we need oxygen to survive. It's like, well, yeah, but like, that's duh. Either your argument, the only utility of your argument is so baseline duh and nonsense. And again, that there's nothing to build upon. You shouldn't even speak this out loud, because there's no utility in saying this. There's no reason to communicate this idea. Everybody has this or understands this to some degree. You're saying water is wet. I know some people say water isn't wet, water makes things wet, but let's just go with water is wet and ignore it for a second. You're saying water is wet. Everyone kind of goes, great, yeah, all right. What, I don't know what else you want from me, Candace. This is nothing. This, again, every time she says you should do this, you're putting this into a moral framework of should and should not, and maximized good, minimize eviling, or evil. You're putting this into that framework. And she does this every single time. So the question is, why? If I'm saying it is better to eat a vegan, vegetarian diet than a meat diet, and it decreases the suffering and pain in the world and increases the happiness in the world, and I say this, and I keep saying people shouldn't eat meat, and like this, okay, and then somebody says, well, you're dictating the way people want to live, and you're saying that they're living a unfulfilled and incorrect life to some degree. And then I say, no, I'm not saying this. Like, well, no, I'm sorry, that is what you're saying. At the end of the day, if I am saying X is worse than Y, then I'm saying X is worse than Y, and I'm saying Y is better. There's an implicit, you should be doing Y. And if you're not doing Y, you are doing bad, or worse than you could be doing. If you don't, again, and don't let Candace try to lie to you, try to fool you. If you look at any of your other work, especially when she's on her little podcast or whatever, you realize, and again, what these people are responding to is not just the statements and arguments she has here, but Candace Owens as the representative of this argument. This argument is a small little thesis of her greater argument. So remember that. This isn't out of the blue.
Because without feminism, you wouldn't be able to exist.
Yeah, people keep saying, I hate when people say that.
But
because
it's just the
it
truth.
just shows that you haven't done the research to even understand where the feminist
Or you don't know
movement came from,
history.
which was discovered. That's what I'm saying about you, because it means that you don't understand that a bunch of government officials in the CIA funded the feminist movement. So
What? So the CIA organizations associated with the feminist movement, including independent research center founded by Gloria. Again, it founded some organizations, but this is Candace's conspiracy brain. Anything that was touched by the government must be evil and wrong, which, I mean, I'm sorry, you're going to be probably going to have to no longer be a Christian because been involved in the church to some degree. But this is one of those weird little nuggets of information, these tiny little nuggets, these little golden nuggets of information that people like to throw out without any context and then just let people run rampant. So the CIA was very interested in all forms of counterculture movements during the 60s and 70s. This included the communist movement. This included the kind of more socialist movements. This included like student protests on college campuses. This included feminism. This included anything that deviated from the standard classic American values, and anything that had a whiff of communism, definitely. Because again, remember, we're in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and 80s. We're in the Cold War. And anything that at all seemed dissident and or revolutionary was heavily investigated and spied upon and destroyed and attacked by the CIA and various other American government forces, because they perceived this as a potential threat or a potential weakness in American society that would allow the communists to sneak in, or homegrown dissident and homegrown kind of chaos, in that even if the Russians aren't getting involved, these ideas are spreading and infecting people, or they're becoming helpful stooges for Russian efforts to destabilize American culture. This is one of those little small bits of information that they love to pull out. All of this is kind of true, obviously. Like, this is true. But they miss that context. They think, oh, well, the government was involved funding feminism, and the CIA was doing that because they wanted to destabilize the American populace so that they were weaker, so that they could impose more control on them. And it's laughably fucking stupid, because you don't actually know some of the criticisms that we had, that the leftist or feminist organization might have for figures like Gloria Steinem, who, yes, is still considered very strongly associated and very revered amongst certain feminist circles. But the issue is that Gloria Steinem's, or a lot of these things, the CIA was trying to dismantle, destroy, and cause chaos within feminist movements so that they couldn't do anything. They weren't using feminist movements to destabilize American societies. They were destabilizing and trying to destabilize and destroy feminist movements because they didn't want society to change to any degree. So why the hell would the CIA be destabilizing and attacking and corrupting institutions, organizations, feminist movement organizations and leftist organizations, if their goal was for those leftist and feminist organizations to destabilize? This is like I have a problem with rats, so I get a bunch of like terrier dogs to go out and find the rats, but then or there's a bunch of terrier dogs going after the rats, and I don't want the rats here. So I start poisoning the terrier dogs. If my goal is to destroy the rat population, why am I going after and attacking and dismantling the terrier dogs? The terriers are there to kill the rats. Like, that's what I want them to do. Why would I dismantle them? And this was from the beginning. This isn't one of those things where, like, oh, they did their job, now let's kill, we used feminism to destabilize the nation. Now it's the 70s, let's just destroy them. It wasn't really that. It was the fact that feminist organizations and other organizations like that tended to be more left-wing. And the more left-wing you get, the closer you get to socialism and communism. A lot more communists are going to be hanging out, whether they're just natural-born, college students who read Marx in college and now they're all, pro-communism, or they might be visiting scholars from Russia or other places that are talking about this. Like, how do you infiltrate these movements? That's what you do. Like that's why they're going after these things. This whole, she's just going to go on this, the CIA funded it. That's why, again, she is just one of the most conspiracy-brained morons in existence. Again, remember, I said it in the last video. I'm going to say this again. Candace Owens does not believe we landed on the moon. She is a moon landing denier. And if you ever look it up, she is extremely ardently against this. She has said no evidence will ever convince her otherwise. Literally said that. She has said that I will not, there is literally nothing that can convince me that, that the moon landing happened, which again automatically makes you, all right, well, I guess you're just, this idea isn't an intellectual idea and it's not engaged. This idea is just kind of like this weird, it's like a comfort food idea. It's this ideological little shibboleth that cannot be touched, that cannot be engaged with, that is purely there for your own narcissistic, masturbatorial act of enjoyment. Nothing can make me ever disagree with this idea, because just the engagement with the idea, not even engagement intellectually, just having it there is like the safety blanket. I enjoy it. It doesn't matter. It's a belief. It's just a faith thing. So again, remember that anytime you want to think, oh, she might be making a good point, or, oh, well, yeah, she's bringing up this, CIA, that's the big thing. Understand that the reason she believes this isn't because of any logical understanding about what the CIA and other government organizations do when it comes to culture and ideology and trying to either protect and or destabilize whatever your perspective is. It has nothing to do with any of that. It is purely a childlike utility. Government bad. I don't like government. Government gets involved in things. I don't like feminism. I don't like government. I see government try to infiltrate feminism. That means that justifies why I think feminism bad. Feminism did bad because government bad, and government did bad. Like it's just this circular, endless stupidity. But let's listen to her a little bit.
Yeah, people keep saying, I hate when people say that.
But
because
it's just the
it
truth.
just shows that you haven't done the research to even understand.
You haven't done jack shit of jack shit. You have not read or understand a single goddamn thing. Even when you read the history book, you're not reading to understand new information and change your mind. You're just looking for that tiny little nugget of something that you can then say, yeah, that's true. That conforms to my already pre-assumed, pre-designed belief system. Then you move on.
Where the
Or you don't know
came from,
history.
which was discovered. That's what I'm saying about you, because it means that you don't understand that a bunch of government officials in the CIA funded the feminist movement. So for all of your hatred for the patriarchy,
I'm so confused.
and
So my question is it bad that they...
And also, we should also understand that funded the feminist movement. When and where? Because the feminist movement, we can see early forms of it that has existed, and in many ways has existed since, like, first wave feminism is the 1900s with, like, women's right to vote. I mean, technically we had it even before then, but we could certainly see, oftentimes that's one of the first wave feminism is equality under the law. Second wave feminism that happens in like the 70s or so is equality in the workplace. So feminism, the basic concepts, ideology, the philosophy of feminism is rooted much more in 19th century, you could say some as 18th century, but 19th century kind of cultural traditions and early 20th century. So it's also important to remember the CIA didn't exist in 1919, which I believe is when when women got the right to vote, right around that time, 1919. So 1910, 1915, the CIA didn't exist at the time. And you still had some degrees of feminism continuing on through the 20s, 30s, the 40s, and the 50s. It's still being talked about, examined, discussed. That's why, again, as it's being examined and discussed, more and more people are thinking, well, you know what? I feel like it's not just enough to have the vote. That was an important thing. But I'm noticing that while that gave us some power and representation and the ability to choose our representatives within a government structure, we're noticing a problem in the economic thing. As we get more globalized, we get more economy and capitalist focused. Um, the homemaker isn't really a job anymore. It's not really something that works anymore. You need two incomes, or you're going to need a more of an income here. All right, and along with other tons and just an insane amount of historical understanding, um, that it doesn't take a genius to know. Like Candace Owens basically is asking you, hey, 99% of all the history you were taught, it's all bunk and bullshit. Just listen to me spread this stupid narrative. Oh, the CIA funded feminism. It funded some organizations, and it was specifically usually doing that to dismantle and keep tabs on. That's what Gloria Steinman did, to bring it back to Gloria Steinman. That's what Gloria Steinman did, which some people criticize her pretty hardly for, is that Gloria Steinman kind of tended to report on, and again, she wasn't really an agent. This wasn't no CIA like spy agent kind of thing. It was more, again, they said, hey, we want to fund you, or the government, we want to fund you doing these things, but we're worried about communist elements that would seek to dismantle American values or to use these things, be bad on this. And Gloria Steinem didn't give a shit about capitalism or communism to a certain degree. She was mostly just about feminism. So she's like, yeah, sure, I'll report on this stuff. And this was back when I think she was a student. She just kind of reported on some of these things and basically said, here, this is what this person, we were talking here, and this person was talking about communism. Again, it sucks and it's shitty and it's not good, which is why a lot of people have criticized Gloria Steinem for it. But this just conspiratorial thinking is just so utterly reductive.
Funded it or bad that it just happened?
Men wanted women to go into the workforce. The government, which had a lot of men, it was being.
Are you talking about because World War II occurred and we had to go to factories, and then when we left the factories, they forced us back into the homes?
That's not what I'm saying at all. So let me tell you what I'm saying, and then you can respond to it.
God, she's so angry when people interrupt her just a little bit, because, and it's weird because she interrupts and talks over others fairly frequently. But boy, she hates it when somebody starts picking apart her little fantastical bullshit here, doesn't she? Oh, that's right. I love it.
Gloria Steinem is considered to be a feminist icon, right? Mm-hmm. Because she led these protests. She also had a bunch of music festivals. She got students involved. It is just a fact that Gloria Steinem was funded by the CIA, okay? The CIA, being the male-dominated CIA of the 50s and the 60s, funded those movements. So
no, it funded aspects in Steinman to a certain degree, but again, remember how many millions of people are involved in feminism and in the protests in the 60s and 70s. You see all those people? You notice how they're all not just copies of Gloria fucking Steinman? So the sins of Gloria Steinem. I take this one little thing and I'm going to paint the entire movement as being a CIA front. When, like, most of the CIA aspect of this was about dismantling these things and undermining anything that was at all problematic to, again, capitalist interests.
What do you think was the explicit aim? Do you think it was because the government really wanted you to be more free, that they wanted to encourage women to enter
Well,
the
I have to be honest with you,
workforce?
I couldn't speak on behalf of.
So again, oh, what do you think? Or do you think that the CIA was seeing this as a way to destabilize and control the world? It's like this. Well, of course, like they were trying to do that, but that doesn't mean that feminism was destabilizing and controlling the world. They weren't. Again, this is just assuming. This just relies on the fact that 99% of people, the vast majority of people, despite the fact that they were taught some of this in school, they all forgot it. They weren't even paying attention to begin with, probably. But even if they were, they've forgotten this, and they just have some fuzzy, vague memory of this. So you bring up this fact and then show the sheet, like, oh my god, yeah, I guess it is true that the CIA funded some, like, a couple of trips and some things for Gloria Steinem. That means that feminism was a plot by big government to destroy America and destroy Christianity. It's just like, you missed like 90% of what they were doing in the rest of the goddamn story. You weren't paying attention. How did you miss this? How are you missing so much? And again, that's what Candace Owens relies on. She relies on extreme levels of ignorance for any of her argument to work. But again, ask yourself that. How much? These were the questions, because if one feminist of the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of academic ones, if only like one or two names had connection to the CIA and the US government, does that represent the whole? Moreover, let's look at, well, what kind of funding were they actually given? Because you can find, if they found these documents, oh, suggesting that Gloria Steinem did this, what has she said about this? What is the CIA, or what do those documents say about her activities? What was she actually doing? Because if she was like this, all right, we want you to make sure you do spread feminism because this is really good. Look at internal documents. Do the CIA, when they're not talking to Gloria Steinem, they go, man, this feminist movement really is awesome because it's destabilizing good Christian values, and we're all Satanists who, drink baby blood on the Sabbath, and we just want to destroy the world. Or do they look at it and go like this? Yeah, we fund some of these things because most of this postmodern stuff is kind of wankery, and we're not really threatened by it because it's mostly aesthetic stuff. However, they are talking with a lot of communists. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give some money to these postmodernists, these artists, or whatever, through some various shell charities and corporations or whatever that probably are sincere in their attempts. It doesn't really matter. We're just going to give them money to fund this stuff. And just so we can so we kind of have an in, so that when we start asking, hey, can you give us some like list of attendees? Because we want to, see who's attending so we can properly, like set up the venue next time. And then the organizers are like, well, of course we'll give you the names. And all of a sudden you give the list of names. And it's like, now the CIA can go, all right, we have a list of names of all the people who are attending this shit. We know who attends these type of, who goes to postmodernist stuff. It's going to be some academic cranks who we think are cranks we don't give a shit about. Some philosophers, they're annoying, we don't give a shit about them. But there might be some economic focused individuals, commies, anti-American ideas. Let's see if we can find some. Here's the funny thing. You can even look at like Oppenheimer, post World War II. You remember that movie? All you Christopher Nolan chuds out there who are big on that movie, who think it's cool and awesome. And I like it. It's good enough movie. But you remember how Oppenheimer and his wife and friends and all that were constantly being investigated for ties and connections to communists, and how again there was even like a friend or two who were connected to communist Russia, and that was kind of problematic and bad, right? Yeah, but you also just remember the how vindictive and intrusive and how aggressive they were towards attacking and destroying any evidence or any existence of economic leftism and communism and socialism. You remember that? Because I do in that movie. And that's because that was very true. You can also look up historical records of the blacklist within Hollywood and other things, how leftists and communists were being blacklisted from organizations because they were leftist. And this was also pushed forward by McCarthy, the CIA, and other elements. So you might keep going to, oh, well, but the CIA funded uh, feminism, so that must mean that feminism is ultimately CIA. No, the CIA also funded a lot of postmodernist projects because, again, you give money to them, you also gain access to them. If you're the one who's setting up the times and places for the meetings because you're giving them the money and funds and resources and they use it, it's again, it's almost like a honey trap to a certain degree. They are funding it so that they can have a legitimate reason that won't spark suspicion among the members to get involved and investigate. Candace Owens is trying to suggest some other purpose to this thing here, or not, because honestly, there's not a lot of. She doesn't really say much. She just kind of says, "Hey, these things were funded by CIA, and you know, boom." And awesome, that's supposed to convince us it's bad or good or mostly just bad. Like, what do you want from this?
Of the government.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And what their intention
Well, I think it's important
was
because you
with
just
that.
said that I don't know history, and I think it's pretty important if
Yeah, but you don't know history, and I know that that actually is a big trigger for her, is because she is kind of stupid. She has allowed herself to become stupid, so conspiracy brained, so dogmatic that she is kind of dumb. She doesn't know nearly as much as she would like to pretend she knows. Just doesn't. And anytime somebody questions her knowledge and starts attacking her knowledge of history, even in more respectful terms, Candace Owens gets very angry and irritated because her grasp on this, she knows the majority of actual history disagrees with her. She had to go through and cherry pick bits and pieces, pulling a sentence out here, a fragment here, a page there, and ignoring the whole all the time so that she can create her own little history book of this collage, this little this scrapbook of loosely tied together fragments of history to try to create her narrative. Second, anybody knows history and can engage with it in a deeper way and discuss all of the ties or more of these ties that she's ignoring. She, again, gets worried and angry because she knows her shit just doesn't work. Or even if she does, again, she knows it'll look terrible for her because even if she, as she does believe this, she believes this is the actual truth. She hates it because history lies like 90% of the time. I found the 10% of truth, but when they start talking about all the history that I ignored because it's lies, I get angry because it's lies. But it's not lies. All of it. And just doesn't want to see that.
you're going to sit across from me and say I don't know history, that you
Yeah,
learn a
but-
piece of history and then question as
You keep bringing up men, and I think
Notice again, you accuse me of not knowing his history. She's so angry when you question her intelligence. Honestly, I can understand that, but here's the big thing. It's not so much questioning intelligence that's going to anger her. It's questioning her interpretation of it. That's what really bothers Candace Owens. Because she knows she doesn't actually know. If she really sat her down, forced her into this agnostic state of being where she had to assess herself in a neutral, objective manner, some kind of Rawlsian state of being, she would have to come to the conclusion that, no, I'm not particularly strong on history. This individual I'm studying isn't really strong on history, on science, on kind of anything. And it looks like they've kind of just piecemealed together various historical bits and bobs to try to make some kind of grand narrative about history that just doesn't comport. It's too simplistic. It doesn't comport to the actual truth, which is infinitely more complex and ultimately just contradictory towards this fantasy. But that irritates her so much.
It's funny because we should talk about men more. Like you brought up suicide, they're 4 times more likely to kill themselves.
Which is why I don't
And while
believe-
women, we're twice as more often on antidepressants, but that's because we go out and do what we need to do to keep coping.
because we're not happy.
And we need to focus on men.
Because we're not happy. Yeah, but here's the thing. If we're not happy, and that's indicated by us taking the drugs, then men who are doing their duty and fulfilling their duty, they're killing themselves all the time. So is the duty of men to raise children or to only have a family, only to raise children? Then you are suggesting, I'm sorry, you are suggesting that why are you attacking their lifestyle when their lifestyle isn't the reason why their lifestyle is the reason why they're unhappy, but they didn't choose this lifestyle. They were forced into it through a capitalist market. So are you suggesting that we should have a market where men don't have to work nearly as much and women don't have to work so that men and women can spend more time in leisure, or more importantly, in socialized leisure, so that you have more men meeting women, becoming boyfriends, girlfriends, becoming husbands and wives, becoming fathers and mothers? I love the joy she gets whenever she gets to to try to sneak in her little comment and little interruptions. But she hates being interrupted. She loves to throw these little comments in here because she's so proud of her cleverness. God, she's so proud of her cleverness. But again, you keep saying no career will give a woman much. The careers for men don't seem to be doing much for them. So what? This you're okay. All right, we agree. Why are you suggesting, why are you condemning people and talking shit about them, because she does do that, when the only reason why they're doing this is because they live in a system that forces them to do this, an economic system. So why aren't you economically attacking things?
And the patriarchy, because it's actually oppressed them just as much as women now emotionally, right? Because when we're kids, our parents teach us how to cross street. Look both ways so you can get the other side unharmed. When a boy comes across a feeling, and I'm using men and boys here because they're the ones suffering, women are too, but emotionally, when they come across a feeling they haven't felt before, we have to teach them how to get to the other side.
So I don't again, this is the problem, is that we're rambling off on things. This is an issue we should be avoiding, is to not, again, if you notice again, Candace Owens got more angry and got more animated and had less certainty when people were directly just kind of asking for basic data, information, clarification, specifying, description, just kind of looking at more details on what do you mean as this? How are you able to this? What is your blah, 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 when they're actually attacking the argument directly, or more importantly, the lack of argument, because there's nothing here. That's when Candace Owens is way more defensive, when she gets more angry. And again, don't go off on this tangent. She gets angry about the history thing. Stay on history, because that's where she's incredibly weak. She is terrifyingly weak. She will throw these tiny little nuggets of knowledge that she's memorized in her script. The problem is that if you are at all familiar with any of these things, which most of these people, if they're at all somewhat advocates of feminism and just general, maybe some degree of leftism, they're going to know these nuggets because they get brought up all the time. And they're brought up out of context, destabilized from any kind of logic and reason and rationality and causality. They're just brought up as these tiny little self-contained bits of information that, if you look at them without anything else, context, without anything else around it, it might suggest X, but it's not. Within context, within the action, within the time period, with all of that, it was clearly Y, and everyone knows this, including Candace, but Candace doesn't want it to be Y. She wants it to be X. So she pulls it out, misframes it, and then runs with it. The way you beat that is you just constantly hammer the fact that she doesn't have an answer. Notice again, she was more uncomfortable when you start asking her, what decade do you want to be in? What is this supposed to look like? That's when she has to go back to her silly little half-assed argument, and it gets super vague because she doesn't have an answer.
Cope with it. Otherwise, they stay where they are. That anger and resentment builds. That's the telling our boys that they don't cry.
All right, we leave. Yeah, that's just where I was going to go.
All right. Jasmine,
nice to meet you.
Okay, so you say that women are more fulfilled at home with kids than going out into the workforce or getting educated, but that just really doesn't bear out when you look at the stats, when you look at how working mothers are way less likely to be in poverty. Maternal education is the #1 predictor of childhood outcomes.
Maternal, let's see, the fact check. Maternal education does improve a child's cognitive development and can help with language and motor skills. Yeah. This just kind of generally goes into the overall aspect, and when we talk about, to elaborate a bit more on this, childhood development and overall predictors of childhood success in both school and the workplace is often dictated by very, very early childhood education, even pre-education. So, good factors that are they're associated. It's not like it's a one-to-one association, but these are like quick little things that I have noticed both personally, professionally, and also kind of in research academically seen. Things like books in the household. If your parents are active or semi-active readers of anything, fiction, nonfiction, anything like that, this tends to have a stronger correlation, not necessarily causation, but strong correlation with the child developing strong language skills earlier and stronger skills overall. And again, those language skills, the reading skills are especially important because the reading is like the core bedrock of not just writing, but critical thinking skills, critical argument skills, the ability to express yourself in more complicated and in complicated language opens up more complicated ideas to be explored and engaged with, which opens up the ability to critically think more. It just kind of, each thing requires and necessitates another little skill being developed to adjust for this growing curiosity, this growing understanding, this growing language. So that's why, again, reading to your kids as an early age, having reading be an activity that they like, not just on an iPad, but like on a physical book, but even iPads can work. But having kids do that early on is incredibly important because the vast majority of information that they're going to have has to be done and told to them through a book of some kind, or again, a website with tons of data and information on there. It will know because it is communication, it's language. So whether it's somebody is talking to you, or a book is quote unquote talking to you, that those language acquisition skills, and beyond that, the ability to read forces, especially if you're reading books, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, forces the child to develop the ability to hold on to and retain large quantities of information that is not immediately understood or tieable to everything else, like it's tied to the moment, but like a story that has a character who does something like foreshadowing. The concept of foreshadowing implies that there was information that was given to the person before that information actually had relevance and or context. But it's there and they collect it. If they forget it and it's not collected, then all of a sudden when we get to the turn, they're not just surprised, they're confused. They're like, well, this doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. What's going on? The more they read, the more they are able to collect this information and have it in the back of their head so that when the surprise happens, it's like, what? Wait, that doesn't make it any sense. Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense, but at the same time, it does. Because I remember way back in chapter blah blah, didn't he do this? He was always avoiding the water. That's why he was an alien. Because the aliens are allergic to water. That's why he never drank. Oh my god, I never heard him. And then you're flipping back to the chapter going, oh wait, hold on, the alien here, back when they were in the desert. They're constantly talking and making sure to reference. This author is constantly referencing how this character is drinking water, that character is drinking water. When this character finds the oasis and they're all happy because they ran out of water and they almost died and they run in there, this character is standing off to the side and is happy or whatever and jubilant, but they're not drinking. They don't jump in the water. When I didn't even think about that. I thought they were just being cool and aloof or whatever, or that's just kind of their personality. I missed that detail was there. But again, that connection, that ability to connect back to things, that's important. Being able to store and collect data that may not be 100% immediately relevant to all things, or may have future relevance that is yet to be discovered. All of that is incredibly important in language acquisition. So again, it's not necessarily that the mother needs to have a super high education, but there is a strong correlation between the maternal and parental, just in general, parental education and how that education is used in the child's development and the engagement of it. That doesn't necessarily mean that they need to have college degrees, but it typically, again, the higher level the education of the parents tends to correlate pretty strongly to the higher level education, that the child will receive. It's not a one-to-one, but it's one of those things where, like, if you have a bunch of PhD parents, it is far less likely that you will not achieve some level of bachelor's, master's, PhD. It kind of goes that one direction, is that low education, low income parents, or low education parents, means that the child is more likely to be of the same educational bracket, but they can also go up. And that's kind of thing, is that it only ever either stays at that same level or goes up on average. So if the mom has a high school dropout, kid is high school dropout and or higher. Mom or dad has high school diploma, kid's probably going to get through high school diploma and maybe go further. But it's unlikely the kid is going to drop out, or less likely. College degree, unlikely. There again, some kids might just get the high school degree, but it's unlikely that they're going to get a high school degree or they're going to drop out. They won't go much lower. That's the big kind of thing, is that the higher level the education in the household in general, the higher level the base standard education that the kid will probably attain on average.
Better scores, getting higher incomes in the future, fewer behavioral problems, better mental health. So it's weird to me and college educated women are least likely to get divorced. And they're the only women, the top 10% of women are the only women whose marriage rates are going up. So they're getting...
I don't know those statistics. They could probably be true. I just don't know them off the top of my head. That's not a happy face. Oh no. They're bringing up statistics and facts that actually make kind of logical sense. Uh-oh. I don't like that.
Getting married, they're staying married, and their kids are doing better. When you look at stay-at-home mothers, you see that they're more likely to report being depressed. They're more likely to report having anxiety and anger and all these types of things. So how can you say that? Seems like a woman, if you want to get married and have kids, you should go to college and have a career.
So it sounds to me like we are looking at totally different statistics, because everything that you said, I've actually read the exact opposite.
I'm glad we're on a fact check show with you.
Right, exactly.
Oh, it's so exciting.
That's going to be amazing. Okay, because I know, like I said, I think what we're talking about is that there was this widespread report on female happiness, and I know that it was formally debunked, and it was...
Again, this is the one thing. Oh, I found one study that happened one time, and it either was debunked and or the person was corrupt. Again, it's just like, yeah, but there's like dozens. You always, notice again, they only ever want to say, this is what we're talking about. That's not necessarily what she's talking about. That's not what I would be talking about, because the issue is for me, it'd be hard to point to one study, because it's like, this is something I've been seeing replicated over and over again, to varying degrees of certainty, but again, relatively the same direction for decades. Dozens upon dozens of papers, some looking at this directly, some just incidentally coming to finding these correlations to some degree for decades and decades. And again, some of them are, again, explicitly trying to disprove this theory or disprove this connection and say, oh no, women should be in the house and shouldn't be going to college. And they still will find positive correlations to things, to women's education, to careers and women and stability on this. Like, it's just, it's a silly thing to always have, no, you're referring to this one study. We haven't really even brought it up. I haven't even described it. It's this one study that's so important, but I can't name directly the author, and I can't name the study off the top of my head. You can bring up all these tiny little statistics. Notice the stuff that she can bring up. Little statistics here and there that she likes to throw out there. But she can't just go, well, okay, I know that this thing was really big. This study was really big. It came out like last year before. Everyone crowed about it. It was debunked. If you know this so well, you should be able to, I don't know, cite the study name, the origin, the author. I think she did early on, but it's still, I don't actually think she did. I think the fact checker had to bring it in. That's always a red flag for me, especially if you're like preparing for a debate. Like, I don't do this off the cuff, because it's honestly, a lot of the times it's really difficult to have a mountain of goddamn evidence just available. But then again, I'm just doing these kind of off the cuff debate review kind of things. If I'm going on a debate and you want to do this, at the very least, I'm going to find at least 2 or 3 articles for every major assertion and concept that I'm going to be dealing with. I'm going to find at least 2 or 3 articles. Even if there's dozens, I'm going to find and read and cite 2 or 3 main articles that are relatively recent or foundational to some degree that argue for all of my points. And I'm just going to have them available and remember them as best as possible. I'll have it on a sheet. If I'm not allowed a sheet of paper, I'm just going to study them really hard and try to remember them as best as possible, and cite them by the title and or institution and or the author. Something like that. Maybe even the date and year can sometimes, something that would indicate, all right, I have more than just one little thing.
That's not what I'm talking about. Pew Research,
Right.
University of
Okay.
California. In fact, working mothers today spend more time with their children than women did in the 1960s that were at home.
Okay, well, women that are at home are obviously spending more time with their children than the people who are at work.
And their
today.
children are not faring off any better,
Okay.
and they're faring off worse.
How are you measuring their children faring off worse?
How likely they are to higher incomes, better scores, fewer health problems, fewer
Okay.
behavioral issues,
Okay.
and better mental.
So the just to get back to the claim that I'm making here is that it is obvious that women who have
Notice how, we have to run away from that. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to deal with that.
children are going to be more fulfilled.
How is
right?
that obvious?
Again, she doesn't want to do this anymore because she's realized she's perfectly fine running with this until she's at the end of her rope. And she knows, well, I'm about to jump out of my depth and I have literally no answer to this little factoid. I have nothing. Because she knows there's a mountain of evidence. She hasn't quite, this woman hasn't quite cited it quite particularly well, but again, she's mentioned, like, no, there's Pew Research, University of California, there's tons of research that comes out. It's not just one little thing. Candace Owens, I'm going to run back to my original dumb little comment that it's obvious that raising children is going to give them more joy and fulfillment. But part of the reason why we're not arguing that statement is, as I've said before a dozen times, this is on the surface. There's either two ways to take this. Either it's so dumb and obvious that it is nonsensical to talk about because it is just dumb, because nobody is ever arguing these things. Or again, it is ultimately invalid because, as part of the reason they're not arguing them, is because these things aren't they aren't necessarily mutually exclusive, and they're not comparable. This isn't even apples to orange. This is like apples to oranges. This is nonsensical. No one ever says that the career is supposed to give as much joy and fulfillment as raising a child. More importantly, one thing that people haven't attacked is, why is joy and fulfillment the thing you should aim for? Okay, so as a woman, I'm pretending to be a woman. I'm a very pretty woman, by the way. As a woman, you're saying raising children gives me the maximum joy and fulfillment in my life. Great. But what if I want to fill my life with duty and service? Not joy and fulfillment, duty and service. What if I want to fill my life with, or I want to find the highest levels of other notable and important concepts? Not just, I just don't want to fill my life with joy and be fulfilled and content with my existence. That's nice. But I will find, maybe I don't ever want to focus on joy and fulfillment. But anyway, I want to focus again on duty and service. Maybe I want to focus on doing something else. And some people are going to say, oh, well, it's duty and service to raise children. Yeah, but is it the maximum duty and service that an individual can do? And again, the only way you're going to say, well, it's the maximum that a woman can do, is if you go back to just this biological necessity. Because you have a womb, that's the only importance to you. That's it. Which, again, Candace Owens can't and won't say that, but she wants to kind of imply that. Why? Because the implication, even ignoring real-world application, the implication and the ideology of this is satisfying to the hard right conservative traditional living misogynists that she hangs out with. Men and women who just hate any aspect of womanhood and identity that does not comport this one aspect of womanhood and identity. Again, there's a lot of ways to attack this, and again, she's just going to retreat back to her dumb comment.
Because you said
Be- no, it's not
Is that
right.
obvious?
Is that it is obvious that women who have children are going to be more fulfilled.
How is
right?
that obvious? Because you said so?
No, it's not obvious because I said so. It's because when you look at all the statistics in terms of women who are choosing not to have families.
What statistics? You keep saying this, and again, that's just not really true. And again, is that a product of having a career, or is that a product of having a career in a capitalist society? We will return to that nugget of knowledge. I don't hate work. I love work. And in fact, here's a fun little statistic. People who don't work, who don't do anything, who just play games, who don't even do any kind of work, even something like as simple as this, like me talking about a video and expressing ideas or whatever, and working to some degree to entertain and or inform people. When people don't have work to do, they go nuts. Like it is like they experience greater degrees of depression, anger, frustration, lack of sense of being, lack of fulfillment, all manner of things. When they don't have anything to work at, they will create work to do. We create sports, and we create working out, and we do all of these things. We create these concepts and we practice them because we like doing things. Humans like doing things. They like to work to a certain degree. Now, work and like the idea of work within a capitalist society is maligned and a problematic kind of element. But just if you think of work not as immediately a 9 to 5 job, but you think of work as, again, something that you must struggle to attain, something that is difficult, something that is not immediately rewarding, or the reward is of different kind, something that takes energy and exercise. Again, video games, speed running. Speed running is basically taking a leisure activity and turning it into work because you're doing it, and it's honestly not particularly fun when you're doing speed running of video games. That's how much we like work. That's how much we like having purpose and drive and goals and working towards those drive and goals and struggling and learning and engaging with it. That's how much we like it. So, again, this idea that, oh, well, there are statistics showing that they're all unhappy. Are they unhappy because they're working? Probably not, because this is just a fundamental aspect of humanity. What is making them happy is the type of work, which could lead to the idea of child rearing and stuff like that in homemaking. But it also could just as likely lead to the idea that the work that they're having to doing, the force and stress of it, in the capitalist society for money, for all of this stuff, and the lack of positive reinforcement from this, the lack of I work my ass off and I don't get anything in return, that leads to depression. That leads to unhappiness. That leads to crap. Again, oh, the statistics show that they're unhappy when they're working. No. That's not a 1-to-1.
Families, they are, as the person who just sat here before you mentioned, they are suffering from more depression, they're suffering from more anxiety. And
that's not true.
Okay, it is true. It is actually true that women who are choosing their career.
Recent data on this topic is scarce, but CDC data shows that from 2015 to 2018, women were more than twice as likely to take antidepressants than men, and antidepressant use was more common among those in college degrees. So here's my issue with this. One, oh, they're more depressed. They're taking more antidepressants. That doesn't mean that women are necessarily more unhappy than men. It means they're taking more medication. It could be a correlation. It could be some kind of evidence for this. But the second thing is that this isn't necessarily what Candace is arguing, that they're more unhappy now than they were in the past when they were focusing on child rearing. And this factoid, I hate the fact that they're bringing up this factoid, because this actually isn't. What this factoid should be addressing is the argumentative claim that is at the core of what Candace is saying. Recent data shows that women 2015 to 2018, women were taking X amount of antidepressants on average, or 10 to 15%. However, data prior to this, data from antidepressant and or medication and medication usage of women in the 50s and 60s is scarce. Because that's the truth. That's the actual fact that is irrelevant to this argumentative claim. Is that she's trying to make a claim to this vague, unknowable past, and because we have gaps in the knowledge, she's filling those gaps in with her own bias to make a claim about that past that is not necessarily supported by what we do know. It's just everyone around her and everyone watching, the vast majority of her fans, don't know the past and don't know history nearly well enough to actually understand how Candace Owens is bullshitting.
Careers over starting families are finding themselves leaning more onto medicines like Xanax, anxiety-inducing medicines, and depression, because they suspended that time frame where women really should be looking to find a partner and to start a family, because they were instead pursuing their careers.
Then why are they better off?
It is a dishonest, it is totally a dishonest narrative that men and women want the same things out of life. We don't. We absolutely do not want the same things out of life. In fact, we don't even measure.
Again, this is one of those things where we don't want the same things out of life. This bioessentialism that really, the big thing is that, I'll give her a small thing. There is some degree of evidence that there is some differences between the sexes and the gender, like the biological, if you want to think of it, biological gender makeup of our brains and neurological structures between men and women too. But they like to take that tiny thing and make a mountain out of not just a molehill, but like an anthill. Like there are some differences here and there, but trying to prescribe or kind of state that this shows that women should do X gender roles or Y things or men should do this, that. It's kind of like this, boy, we're talking like less than a percentage difference. Or maybe a 1-2. Like this is really small. It can have significance, sure, but it's tiny. And this idea that you are going to that this somehow works, again, it relies on the viewer being biased and prejudiced in a particular direction, having this little narrative that's unsupported other than by their own feelings and gut instinct. That's why they agree with Candace Owens, is not because they have knowledge, but because they have feelings that Candace Owens is sparking off of with her half-assed narrative of history and reality.
We don't even measure success the same. Men and women don't even measure success the same.
So,
okay?
tell me how the women who are working and getting educated, why are they faring off better in all of these?
I am telling you that I do not believe they are faring off better in all of these measures.
Yeah, but you don't believe that the moon landing happened. So I'm sorry, I'm going to constantly harp on that. If you have such a extreme anti-intellectual, pseudo-intellectual, conspiracy-brained bullshit in your mind, anything you say is suspect. Especially if you ultimately don't say a lot and you just rely on these kind of gut instinct bullshit, that's another massive red flag. There's too many red flags to ever take Candace Owens seriously on anything she says. Because ultimately, again, she is the most conspiracy-brained individual you can imagine. She just presents herself better than most conspiracy theories.
Because of what?
I am telling you that we are looking at totally opposite statistics. Like, so you're sitting here telling me that the statistics.
Well, then that's the problem. Why are your statistics correct, but my statistics are not incorrect? Are you going to say that every single study that has shown this is wrong? Are you prepared to argue and defend, defend that position and say all these statistics are wrong? My statistics are correct. How so?
Show that women who are working are producing better children. But I am saying that women that grow up in a two-family home where the mother stays at home are faring off better than the children who are being.
That statistic is not actually where children where the mother stays home in a kind of nuclear family, two parents and a child home, one parent staying home, in this case the mother, that does not actually preclude the mother having a career. It just means that the mom stays home more or stays home a lot. That doesn't actually preclude that, as she is evidence. So again, that statistic, even though you're citing it, more than a few of those mothers might have had either previously or are currently having a career. So that doesn't at all necessarily denote that that's less of a argument for women. Women should only focus on raising a child and only find fulfillment and joy, blah blah blah, and all that crap. And it's more that one parent, mom or dad, should have. It could easily say like this, yeah, they should have a career. That both parents, if they want to work, one parent should have a career and or work that is more flexible with time and hours that allows them to remain home, or both may have some degree of flexibility so that ultimately they're both home at the same amount, basically 50-50, so that at no point in time is the child ever really without a parental figure or that parent, one of the parents there to raise them. like, again, and we could maybe try to problematize this, but again, that tiny little statistic, when you actually think about it, like what she's saying here, I could easily imagine without any trouble that that bucket may include many women who have, or are developing careers. They're just stay-at-home students, stay-at-home workers. Um, that's a lot of people I taught were technically a lot of women with kids. A lot of them, they would go to school, and they were stay-at-home moms who were getting their college education. Um, and basically they spent most of their time at home, and when they needed to leave to attend a class, either the dad stayed home or they had a friend or a babysitter babysit for the few hours that they weren't home, because again, classes are typically like an hour and 15, hour and 20, something like that, or 55 minutes, lecture, whatever, meeting up twice or three times a week. You have four of those. Yeah, it ends up being like 10, 12, 20 hours, something like that in class. But the rest of the time, they are, for the most part, going to be at home, or they can be at home. So her little statistic, her little nugget here, again, notice the deception. It absolutely could include many cases that directly counter some of her prescriptions. This is why you cannot trust, again, these types when they are citing stuff. You kind of have to, like, they could cite that the moon is responsible for the tides on Earth and affected due to gravitational distortions and stuff like that. They say that, you immediately go, well, all right, hold on. We have to break out the physics book. We got to go to MIT. We have to figure this out, because you just cannot trust anything that's coming out of this kind of person's mouth. And I hate saying that, because it's so, in many ways, this could create an anti-intellectual space, but the way she goes about this just does not inspire any confidence or trust.
Raised in an environment
Where the
both
women
of
are
parents,
working?
where both of the parents are
So why
working
don't
and
you
away
stay
from the
home?
home. I do get to work from home.
No, but
that's the irony. That's
I've
why
watched your
I said
show.
I'm
You talk about all the
actually-
nannies you hire, and it's so
I
hard to
have
find a good
never
nanny.
talked about all of the nannies I hire,
Yeah,
but
you have.
I spoke about how difficult it was to find a babysitter who knew how to cook a meal, and that's
Well,
because who
you
knew how to
don't need
make.
a babysitter. You're already, you could retire right
You have
now.
to let people respond to you when they're
Notice how angry she gets. One, when she's being interrupted. That's fine. It's okay to be angry when interrupted. But she's angry because this person is pointing out, again, the hypocrisy of what she's saying all the time. And Candace Owens doesn't want to do that, look at that, because, again, she got to have her cake and eat it too. And, oh, hey there, Sunburst. How's it going? Yeah, it's about sowing distrust and chaos. Absolutely. But again, this is the problem. And it's funny. This is how you know, again, this is when the moments when you should be going after her really hard, because you know Candace Owens does not actually like looking at the details of anything. And she doesn't like it when people use her life as kind of contradiction of this. Because again, she isn't at home as much as she wants to kind of give the impression of. She's probably home now more because I believe she is pregnant at the time of this filming. Probably still is. But again, she goes on lots of talks. She goes to, I think she still does a university circuit. She still does all this stuff all the time. That takes preparation and work. And are you taking care of your kid? More importantly, when you're studying and researching this, because Candace, you're such an intellectual powerhouse. I know you're reading and studying all the time for your blog and for your little talk show. How much parenting are you doing? How much active parenting? Or is the kid just off alone with a little iPad in a room? Or are you just, well, I don't really need to be doing it that much. It's kind of passive stuff. Or is the nanny taking care of the kids? What's going on here? Yeah, she doesn't want you to, she wants you to imagine, oh, I'm the homemaker and I'm doing it all right. It's like, well, you probably have a lot of nannies, don't you? And you don't want to talk about them. how hard it was to find a nanny who can cook. Why do you need a nanny who cooks? You're home. Why can't you cook? That's part of being the household. That's part of the work. That's part of the joy and fulfillment of raising children, is to cook for your children. Why aren't you cooking for your children, Candace? Is because you suck at cooking? I don't know.
When they're speaking.
You don't want to.
To respond to you when
No,
I
you
speak?
don't want to. You want to be working, which is great.
You're telling me what I want now and then accusing me of telling you.
Wait,
what
you
want.
don't want to work?
Can you just let me finish? Because you've said.
Oh, God, she is so angry because she hates when anybody... She's super soft, by the way. That's kind of the interesting thing. Definitely. How many nights a week is she cooking? None. She is cooking none of the time. But what I love is, and this is something that I honestly... I wish Candace had done this more early in her career, because she tended to be more solo and in less of a debate kind of environment, actually. She just did more weird talks, and she was kind of on these talk shows that were more mainstream, that people were kinder. And this is the thing that is really kind of annoying, is that Candace Owens, the way she talks, the way she behaves, and her kind of ideology, the reason why she's so certain of it is because she's never actually been tested on this. She's never actually had to be in kind of one of those blood sport, hard debates, especially with somebody who knows what they're doing. Not just a debate lord, but just like an actual academic who's not going to be polite. She is so privileged and so soft. She gets so irritated. This woman is being mildly rude by talking over her a bit and being a little bit kind of catty, a little bit of attitude. But honestly, if we watch this, really think about any other debates you've seen that Peterson has had to deal with, that anybody else, any other debate lore, debate people, across the board, for the most part, this is pretty soft. This is pretty low on the irritation level. Like, it is rude and unpleasant, but it's pretty low. This is like Candace Owens thinks she's the greatest fighter because she's been shadow boxing and everybody's been punching and sparring with her in the boxing ring, doing like 10%. 10% speed, 10% power, maybe 15% speed, 15% power. And she's just been knocking it out of the park. I'm the best fighter. I'm Mike Tyson, king of the world shit. The second she gets somebody who swings at like 25% power, which is still like, oh, that's, even for sparring, that's still pretty low. Like, when you're doing training on moves and whatever, you're going like maybe max area is probably around like 20-25%. And then when you're like doing like fight sparring and it's not 100% just move training, you go a little bit faster. It's more like, yeah, you can go up to like maybe 40-50% power or something like that. Again, this lady's going maybe 20%, 20-25% on that kind of scale. And look how angry she gets.
You could retire right
You have
now.
to let people respond to you when they're speaking.
You don't want to.
To respond to you when I
No, you
speak?
don't want to. You want to be working, which is great.
You're telling me what I want now and then accusing me of telling you.
Wait, you don't want to work?
Can you just let me finish? Because you've said so many words that what you're trying to do here, like your argument style, is I'm going to say so much.
Again, she actually hasn't said that much. And more importantly, I'm sorry, Candace Owens is going to talk about somebody else gish galloping. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ah, yeah. But again, how angry she gets. That's why, again, I would love to get Candace Owens actually being forced to sit down with some of those academics who just, or even debate people who just don't pull their punches. Yeah, no. We're in a debate. We're in a fight. We're going to be going 50-75% power all the time. And watch her just crumble. God, she will absolutely crumble because she hates that. She just doesn't get tested by fire a lot anymore.
Not let her get a word in and then walk away and feel like I've won.
Get your word in.
We're not having a conversation because you've not letting me respond to
Go
even
for it.
one of your points.
Go for it.
I love the fact that Candace Owens, instead of getting her point across, she had to self-righteously talk for a good 20 seconds just to explain this out, to eat up time. All right, you can talk now. There's a bot. We get rid of bots. We don't like bots. Goodbye, bot.
Okay. What I am saying to you, first to answer what you just said, which was a lie, what I spoke to you about on the weekends is that it's been increasingly difficult to find a 25-year-old who even knows how to make boxed macaroni and cheese, right? And that's crazy. That is in large part due to feminism. Women don't.
Again, that's in due in large part to feminism. Do you know how to make boxed macaroni? Do you know how to make anything?
Don't even focus. Women don't even focus. Like there's this idea that women shouldn't be cooking. Like there's something fundamentally wrong with women even learning how to cook.
Are you
know what I
spending
mean?
as much time with your children as you possibly can? Because that's the way to get the most fulfillment.
No, and that's what I'm trying to say. I am speaking to you
So
as.
then stop.
Okay, could you please let somebody get.
Notice again, she's like, oh, you're interrupting. But here's the thing. Those interruptions, mildly rude, but they absolutely are on point. If you're saying no career will give a woman as much joy and fulfillment as raising children, why are you still working? If you have kids and you have found the light and the truth of joy and fulfillment and the maximum of this, you don't need to work. You haven't needed to work basically ever because you grew up with a silver spoon up your ass from rich mommy and rich daddy. Like you've never really needed to work. And certainly with your career, you've made it so you don't have to work. So you can focus all of it on your children. And if focus on the children is so joyful, so fulfilling, and it is so important, and cooking, like, why aren't you learning all of that shit? Why aren't you doing all of that, Candace Owens? If that is, why would I go if I can eat for free at the fanciest and best restaurant that gives me the truest, best cheeseburger possible and the steak and all of this, all the food I can ever want? If that is if my only goal is to eat the best and most tastiest thing, why would I ever go to McDonald's? Unless there is a value that is higher or more fulfilling and more enjoyable than just eating the best food, which might be variety. Ultimately, the value that is the most important for my enjoyment is variety. So sometimes I want to eat the crappy burger. I want to eat the bag of Doritos. I don't want to eat the pommes frites cooked in duck fat and with a nice balsamic vinaigrette reduction upon my steak that was Wagyu A5 grade. Sometimes I just want a cheeseburger, mate. But then that would mean that, again, your argument is stupid, Candace. And again, she doesn't want to answer. That actually is a really great question. It's kind of presented rudely, but it is a great kind of comeback here.
Are you,
know what I
spending
mean?
as much time with your children as you possibly can? Because that's the way to get the most fulfillment.
No, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Notice how she's okay with that interruption. No, and that's what I'm trying to say.
I am speaking to you
So
as.
then stop.
Okay, could you please?
But I'm speaking to you as someone, again, she says, I'm not doing this to max, like I am. Again, it doesn't really, her argument just doesn't make much goddamn sense, but let's see if we can figure this out again, because it doesn't go anywhere. She likes to present herself as the special, the exception to the norm. That's the only way this actually works. That's where she was going before she was interrupted.
No, and that's what I'm trying to say. I am speaking to you
So then
as.
stop.
She was going to say, I am speaking to you as the exception to the norm. She said that before a couple of times. So Candace Owens' argument is essentially, I am special, I am unique, I am way beyond the reaches you petty, disgusting, poor, normal women. And thus, for the poor, stupid, normal women out there who are not Candace Owens and who aren't special and awesome, you should focus only on children and raising children, whatever, and leave the complicated career and raising children, this complicated mathematical formula. This is way too hard and advanced for you stupid poor women. Only the special chosen people like me can possibly do this. Now, notice that's a stupid argument because, like, well, if like that doesn't say anything other than just you're judging other people and saying you guys should do this. It's not a good argument for social and cultural kind of bonds, because then you would say, well, if it's so good and so special for you to have a career and raise a children, to do both, why wouldn't we want everyone to be able to do this? Oh, well, it's not feasible. It's not feasible under the current system. Yes, but why can't we change the current system to make it feasible? This is where, again, Candace Owens can't go because she doesn't have any arguments for this other than weird, essentialistic, elitist bullshit. She doesn't have anything for this. This is where, again, a lot of the people aren't taking it to, but it would be great to take to because, again, this is a great thing. If this is true, why not? Well, because I'm special. Again, she interrupts, and again, Candace Owens is going to go off on a tirade, being angry at being interrupted. But again, this is just, again, the hollowness of this argument. There is just nothing at the core of it.
Okay, could you please let somebody get in
I
a
did.
word
I
edgewise?
let you finish.
You're not. You
I
actually
did.
have not let anybody finish. And like I said, it's no one benefits when you're just speaking over me and not allowing me to respond. All you're proving is that you have an attitude and you
Okay,
believe
can you?
God, again, stop sermonizing. This love of sermonizing. She loves to sermonize and judge other women. God, she is a misogynist. God, she hates other women. Absolutely hates any other women at all, to any degree. You have an attitude. So do you. So?
feminism, but you're not. See, that's what I'm saying. You just have an attitude, and it's not
Trying
cute.
to-
It's performative.
I'd love if
I'm
you
actually
address my point. I will be quiet if you address my point.
Does anybody actually feel here that I am being allowed to address any of her points when she just keeps
Yes,
running
yes.
over me?
Yes.
I'm literally trying to answer
Everybody
your
said yes.
first point of you saying that I don't stay at home.
Yeah,
Fair point.
Yeah, why would you pull them? This is how privileged she is. She is so used to everybody loving her and giving her the white glove treatment and treating her as this special little, where did she go? I think she went to, did she go to Harvard? Where did she go to school? Either way, she's just this, again, this privileged little princess doing her argument, and she's so intellectually smart. Oh, she's so great. She's so used to this that she actually forgot that she's surrounded by people who disagree with her. And then she wants to take a poll. Does anyone else here think that, I haven't been getting like this? You have been. Even if they weren't against you, I think, I'm sorry, if anyone would just say that, oh, no, you've been absolutely talked over. You haven't had a chance to tell your points at all. I'm sorry, that would be patronizing as all hell. You've had your chances to do this. You've had multiple chances, and you just end up using a lot of them, especially in the past couple of minutes. She just uses them to basically just do this long diatribe of how hard put on she is and how it's so terrible, how rude these people are being. You could just say, well, you can be a little bit rude, but to answer your question. Then she goes on to answer the question. Instead, she goes, and the reason you're being rude is so terrible and awful, and you have an attitude, and it's not attractive. You're not going to get a boyfriend in a marriage. No good Christian boy is going to love you and want to marry you if you have this attitude, young lady. And she's still going on with that bullshit. Yeah, dummy. Why would you pull the audience? You are surrounded by people who disagree with you. Moron.
Fair point. Obviously, I get that you're all anti-Candace and pro-feminist, but also it's not productive if you're not actually.
Okay, address the point. You spend more time saying that I'm not addressing, that you don't have a chance to talk. The whole time you could have addressed the point.
Okay.
You could have talked.
Yeah. Look how I get so angry. How dare you interrupt me and point out to me my moralizing sermonization? Is she repeating her points over and over? Kind of, yeah. She is repeating. Well, the problem is that one, she doesn't actually have a point. She doesn't really have an argument structure. What she has is a vague and stupid thesis that is not particularly well Like even somebody who is very good at arguing and who is logical thinker and kind of understands how to construct a good argument, this thesis is kind of dumb and would fall apart pretty easily. So that's the first problem, is that her thesis sucks. Her statement sucks. And what's further made awful is that she can't elaborate or expand upon any of these elements to any degree, shape, or form, any aspect of this. So she just kind of goes on this very vague meta narrative kind of, raising children is honestly, she just kind of keeps, restating her thesis in slightly different wording over and over again. And then she'll bring up some statistic about how women are unhappy today, implying that they weren't, that they were happier yesterday. But then she won't elaborate on when they were happier or what state they are being happier. She, again, ultimately, this is a really weird thing to review because there's just nothing she's doing. Like, mostly I'm just end up talking shit about her because there's just nothing to review. There's not a lot there. Every once in a while she brings up a random statistic that, even if it's mildly true, it's no real supporting details, paper references, very little. Like, she does it every once in a while, but every single one of her little statistics and paper, not really paper references, but tiny little statistic, little nuggets of wisdom or factoid that she throws out there, they're so decontextualized and they're so kind of spuriously connected to the argument that it just doesn't really work. I don't know. Again, she gets it has not, this particular section has sucked. Like the first one sucked, and then
I
go for it.
just want you to know that you're not coming across as somebody who wants to actually have.
Jesus Christ, Candace, for fuck's sake, just answer the fucking question. Oh, God. Yeah, women can't make a mac and cheese facts. Yeah, basically. Or, women are taking more antidepressants and they're taking it at huge volumes today. But that would imply, well, more than what, yesterday? More than the 1950s? What statistic do you have for that, Candace? She doesn't have one. She just says they're taking a lot of pills today. So, were they taking as much or more in previous generations or not? It's one of those things where it's this very vibes feeling based bullshit. But again, notice again, she's given room to actually talk about the issue. And what does she
But that's
do?
the point. You
Okay.
could have talked.
I
go for it.
just want you to know that you're not coming across as somebody who wants to actually have a conversation. So to get back to the claim, because I don't even know where you're at. You're now talking. You're saying that I said stuff in my podcast.
I'll go wherever you want to
that
go.
I never said.
I'll go wherever.
So do you want to start with me working at home? Because I work at home. You just said something about me working
You
at
travel
home.
all around the world.
Okay,
you do speeches, and I love that. I love how ambitious you are. That's a really great trait. And if you were truly said that, you would be more fulfilled. Now, one thing you do find is women, they don't want to stay at home when you pull them. They just want flexible working hours and flexible working conditions like you have. And I think we should all advocate for that. It's not one or the other. But when you sit here and you go, you'll be more fulfilled doing this and spend all your time doing that, we would love for you to leave the public eye and go focus on what makes you fulfilled.
Okay.
Nice. Marketing, not real debate. Well, I mean, it's kind of the thing. Again, Jubilee, you're not really going to get in-depth debate here, but I reviewed the Peterson debate. It's on my YouTube channel. I think I ended up like having to take 2 or 3 videos to get through that. But as awful and as abstract and annoying and rambly, weird, nonsensical argumentation that Jordan Peterson does, it's infinitely more in-depth and engaged than this Candace Owens one. This Candace Owens one is just awful. And again, she just loves to, the second she gets cornered, she goes on, you guys are being mean and rude, and look how mean and rude you are, and you won't be able to attract a good man if you're this mean and rude. That kind of weird shit. Again, we ran out of time for this claim. Thank God we're past it. But again, she brings up a great argument that Candace could never really go for. I kind of wish it was brought up earlier, but again, if There is no greater joy or sense of fulfillment for an individual woman than raising children. You have children. Why aren't you raising them all the time? Why are you going to Jubilee to spend a couple hours talking with strangers and arguing and debating them? Why? Why are you even working from home? Why are you writing articles and shit like that from home? Why aren't you raising your child? And if you can say, well, I'm privileged enough that I can do both. Well, no, you're not raising your child when you're writing an article. You're writing an article and your kid is off in a crib somewhere, not being raised. Notice again, what a lot of the opposition should have been doing is going like, okay, well, what do you mean by raising children? What is this concept of raising? What does that look like to you? Are you raising your children when you are writing an article, even if it's you're at home? Well, you don't need to be actively engaged with them all the time. Okay, so then that means that women can have a career that does not require them to leave the home. So that automatically means that women can have this, and your argument that no career will give women as much joy and fulfillment as raising children, even if it's true, it's not relevant. Because you, when you're writing your article, Candace, you aren't aiming for the most joy and fulfilling act because you know you have raising kids. You just know that there are other secondary and third order concerns that are very important to you that you want to do. And currently, right now, the first order value, raising your children, isn't really taking precedent because there's nothing really much to do. It's kind of like if I valued, I value the cleaning of the laundry. Well, I can put a lot of effort and focus on sorting my laundry and putting the right amount of soap in and making sure the settings on the washing machine are perfect. But the second it goes in the washing machine, I don't really have anything to fucking do for like 30, 40 minutes because, well, it's in the washing machine. I can't do anything about it. So so what am I going to do? I'm going to do a second order importance. Maybe I'll cook something. Maybe I'll clean something else. Maybe I'll make a sandwich. Maybe I'll play a video game. Notice again, these two things are not in contradiction, but she wants to set them up because, again, she's a tradcon. She's a traditional conservative, or that's the appeal she wants to do. That's the audience she has grown, is that she wants women out of the workplace because women bad, feminism bad, blah, 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 blah. Or more importantly, she doesn't actually want any of that to happen. She just wants to present the image of wanting that to happen because that's what she sells. And the people who buy this ultimately don't want women out of the workplace. They just want to buy and support the image and the idea of doing this. It's all just bullshit down the ladder. All right. Yeah, I'm just so shocked at how rude and terrible. It's like, I'm sorry, that was light shit. That was light shit, Candace. And again, it's also pointed, ran out of time, but you were stalling. God, she was stalling for time as much as she could because she can't answer any of those questions. Fundamentally, why aren't you spending time with your kids? Why are you here sitting down talking with such a rude person like me instead of doing the most joy and fulfilling act you can as a woman? We'll skip past their ads because I get no money from their ads. Oh, the video crash. Oh, God.
My next claim is that we live under a matriarchy, not a patriarchy.
Fuck. Oh, this one's gonna suck. Oh, shit. This one's gonna suck so much. Oh, fuck. All right. I'm gonna pause here real quick because I am gonna need alcohol drink. Well, that's the wrong text. Okay, I'm back. Oh, God. So, claims like this, the reason why people make these claims isn't because they believe them true at all. The reason, and here's the thing, I want you to look at Candace and think about how she's performed so far. I want you to think about this claim. And now think about what kind of person would make such a patently false claim. The only type that I can think of is a troll. Is a contrarian troll, an online kind of troll, who knows what they're saying is incorrect, but they know that saying it is because of its so incorrectness and so far outside the bounds of just basic knowledge that people will get upset by it. This is the kind of thing, it's kind of like it's telling a raunchy joke. You know it's not really true, whatever joke that you're telling, but you tell it because you know your audience, the audience you're speaking to, will laugh and cheer, and they love the idea. They love like participating in this degree of extremist humor or trolling nature, even though they themselves don't live or act or just ultimately believe this is true. They just like poking fun. It's the joy of hyperbole. Now, sorry, I got a thing stuck in my tooth here. So, this is going to be awful. As I work this tiny little bit of olive out of my tooth, somehow managed to get in between there. I don't know how the olive managed to do this, but I'm special that way. All right. Let's take one drink. And we'll go.
Hi, hello.
Nice
So-
to meet you.
That's
I kind of wish Xena was coming in more. I know she's being very polite, kind of holding back and just taking notes, but she is really good. She was in the first section, I think. I don't think she popped up in the second one, but she was really good. Because one, she is very polite, so that doesn't trigger Candace Owens' self-righteous monologuing bullshit. But she's really good at picking apart the concept semantics and the rhetoric of the argument and of Candace, and really getting at like the philosophical cores of this. And when she was up there, Candace starts, even though she's more calm or whatever, Candace looks worse because she doesn't have anything to respond to, because she doesn't actually think any deeply about this. It's all just gut feeling, instinct bullshit. So when Xena, I believe it's her name, she's come up a couple times. She was in the Jordan Peterson debate, and she did marvelously well in that one as well. Really picking apart and showing Peterson's really illogical and ultimately kind of fallacious use of language, the really problematic an element of his, not morally problematic, just problematic in general, of some of his statements and how they just don't really work. She was doing really well against Candace as well. But I think she's kind of like sitting out for a little bit, or gonna let, hopefully she shows up in this one, because I think this will be a good one for her to show up in as well. But it's a dumb argument on the basis. So we live under a matriarchy, not a patriarchy. Again, a matriarchy would imply that we have female rulers, that femininity and female would be considered supreme over male. This is a very popular sentiment and reactionary sentiment among the incel community and misogynistic kind of community that inundates conservative politics, and that Candace Owens plays to, as she is one of the good women. She's one of the good ones, who points out how all evil and terrible all the other women are, especially those feminists.
hello.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Princella, the Queen Maker.
Love that.
So,
Oh, okay. Oh boy, we have that's some character right there. I don't hate it, but Princella, the Queen Maker. God damn. Got some like D&D fantasy name. I am Roger the Quieting One. I am Ronaldo the Undefeated. I like it. I like it. Priscilla the Queenmaker. We gotta give her a chance to do that. Said with such wonderful confidence. All right.
Hey, hello.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Princella, the Queenmaker.
Love that.
So,
The Queenmaker. I love the little twang. Okay, the twang, that little spice on the end of that was very nice. Fun. I'm not sure, this might be a complete shit show right here, but she's at least got me mildly a little smiling a little bit. Let's go for it.
you say we live in a matriarchy.
Right.
Can you give me the definition of patriarchy?
Yes. Well, the patriarchy is the idea that the
So, asking for the definition of the patriarchy. So, the patriarchy is this idea. I don't like to immediately start with it because, again, Candace likes to throw in a little bit of rhetoric to undermine it, is that it's an idea, it's not a thing. It never was a thing. It's just an idea of a thing.
Definition of patriarchy.
Yes. Well, the patriarchy is the idea that the system, our system in America, is being run by men, and that women are having to exist under a system that immediately disadvantages them because men are behind it. And I disagree with that point.
That is not the definition of a patriarchy. That is the definition of one characteristic of a patriarchy, or one of a downstream characteristic, is that a patriarchy. Let's just look up a quick little definition of a patriarchy real quick. Hold on. Window. See if I can actually bring it up here. Patriarchy. Let's see. A system of society or government in which the father or eldest male is head of the family and descent is traced through the male line. A system of society or government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from that power. A society or community organized on patriarchal lines. So a patriarchy, if we want to even go to the Wikipedia, you guys can follow along if you want, though you shouldn't have to, because this is the dumbest thing in existence. A patriarchy is a social system which positions authority positions of authority are primarily held by men. It's an anthropological term. It's also a socialist term, a sociological term. So, again, it's positions of power. It's not necessarily disenfranchising or disincentivizing or disempowering women. It's just that the majority of power is held by men. You could see this, but again, note her description versus what most rational people would describe as a patriarchy.
Of patriarchy.
Yes. Well, the patriarchy is the idea that the system, our system in America, is being run by men, and that women are having to exist under a system that immediately disadvantages them because men are behind it. And
it's not necessarily a disadvantage because men are behind it. Notice again, this idea, it's silly, it's stupid. What patriarchy says, there's a clear difference, is that the power roles and authority within that society, that system, are automatically, by default, assigned to men in the patriarchal line. Or that the majority of power is associated. Not all necessary power in all situations, but the majority of power situations and authority figures tend to be men. Or just are men, and that again, this automatic because men are above them, men are in position. It's like, it sounds there's nothing ridiculous about the idea of, well, I mean, if all men are in positions of power, that by necessity, of course, it would lead to women not having power because they don't have power. Men have the power. Like, yeah, that's like, again, if by default there you have two friends, Jimmy and Tim, by default, Tim receives all the money that is distributed out by the father or by the other, by society, and so Timmy gets it, but Jim doesn't. Jim is disempowered.
The system, our system in America, is being run by men, and that women are.
So is it being run by men? All right, so here we go. We would need to prove, if we want to prove this, that it's not a patriarchy, that it's matriarchy. We'd have to signs that it would be a patriarchy or a matriarchy. Disproportionate power, authority roles, and disproportionate government and or institutions that distribute and retain power in society would be one gender over the other. And that this would be something that is maintained implicitly and explicitly despite demographic makeup.
Are having to exist under a system that immediately disadvantages them because men are behind it. And I disagree with that pointedly. I think actually we're living in a society where people are being very much influenced socially and politically by women.
Notice very much being influenced by socially and politically by women. So, did the definition of patriarchy indicate at all that women had zero influence or power within society? No. What it says is that the positions of authority, specifically usually in the governmental and the kind of the social authority, are in male positions, but that doesn't mean that females don't have influence, that females don't have some degree of power. It's just that power is always secondary towards any male power when it comes into effect. So it can be one of those things where, like, say you have two people, mother and a father. The mother, when she's home, she lets the kids do what she feels is right according to her structure of belief, and she influences and empowers them. When dad comes home from work, however, she cannot, when she wants to do her thing and say the kids should do X and the father says the kids should do Y, patriarchy suggests that in that instance, the kids will ultimately end up doing Y because the mother does not have the same power in that setting as the father. The mother's power is dependent upon the absence or general acquiescence of the patriarchal father line power. Again, either choosing not, again, they're choosing not to influence it. So again, this is deceptive. And again, her point, haha, women have power and they actually are very influential and they influence people in society. So that does not preclude, and that is not even a condition that doesn't preclude patriarchy, and patriarchy does not say that women can't do that. They just do that a lot. What it might suggest at the most extreme is that they can influence society so long as that influence and the results of it are congruent and are in harmony with the overarching patriarchal desire. Or it's existing in a neutral zone to where the guy doesn't give a shit. Oh, women are allowed to design and choose the color of the drapes. Well, if the guy doesn't give a shit about the color of the drapes, yeah, of course she gets to, because he doesn't give a shit. But here's the funny thing that they seem to forget, that in that scenario, if the guy says, no, I want it this way, especially back in, we could see this in Victorian times, back in when the household, the housemaker was actually kind of somewhat of a semi-prestigious job in society. The wife or the head, the the housemaker, the steward of this house. That's kind of what the position of the wife was. Is the man was the head of the house, but it's kind of like he's the president of the United States. He's the chief executor, but a lot of legislation and a lot of other decisions, the small stuff, is chosen the by the wife, with the implicit authority that I have the authority of the man to do this, unless otherwise said so. So she chooses the color of the drapes. The servants go out and buy those drapes and buy them that color. If the husband says, I don't like those drapes, get rid of them and put something else up. I don't want blue, I want gray. She can argue to some degree and try to convince him, but ultimately, if he says, no, I want gray drapes covering my windows, the servants, even if the woman does not order them to, the servants go, they take down the blue drapes, and they put up the gray fucking drapes. The fact that the woman was able to put up the blue drapes in the first place does not negate patriarchy. The fact that women can have influence and power in society does not, by essence, or even it's not even evidence of any degree that patriarchy doesn't exist. It just suggests that women have some degree of existence. Congratulations, patriarchy does not say they don't. It just says, one, the majority of the end power, the final say so positions, and the general makeup of society in the large scale kind of things is done by male. Basically, men get to pick the arena we exist in. Maybe women have a lot of say in how that arena, what happens in that arena, and they have some equal power, but men get to decide the boundaries of it. Kind of like like you can, again, women get to choose between A, B, C, D, or E, and they help influence and they have power and influences people's choice between A through E, A, B, C, D, E. Men get to decide that it's only A, B, C, D, E, and not X, Y, Z. They get to decide where the alphabet begins and ends and where the choices begin and end. That is the essence of patriarchy. And again, whenever they want to go at this, you're going to find, and it's great irony, she's going to try to find exceptions to this. But remember her previous argument, her previous statement, how she said, and she would frequently refer to that, yes, I'm an example of a woman who had a career and is raising children, but I'm the exception to the rule. So before, exceptions to the rules do not disprove the rule. That's what she says before. Now she is almost certainly going to find exceptions to the rule, and that is disproving the rule. Inconsistency.
Okay, so the denotative definition of patriarchy is father rule, and where positions of government.
Small little aside, great voice. Really great voice, actually. Like, this is somebody who, like, if they were doing like an audio, like a text, book or something like that, or the audio reading of a book, that would be it's great voice. I don't know why I felt like I needed to say that, because it's like one of the first things I noticed about her beyond the kind of the kind of presentation added, the kind of personality. It's just like this. Gosh, that's a solid voice. That's a solid, like, reading voice. Maybe not a singing voice, don't know, couldn't tell you, but it's a solid reading voice.
Patriarchy is father rule, and where positions of government are held majorly by men, where women are largely excluded. So,
Yeah, that would match on to everyone else's definition and Wikipedia definition. The Oxford English Dictionary definition is that it's not an absolute. It is the majority all the time, especially within government and governance, in the larger social kind of power structures. It is not absolute.
125 House of Representatives are female, and that's only about 25 House of
So
Representatives
let's go back
where
here.
women are largely excluded. So 125 House of Representatives are female, and that's only about 25%.
Right.
And only about 28% make up Senate, and 3.3% of Congress up until this date have ever been women. So by denotative definition, we literally live in a patriarchy.
Yeah, that's real life statistics. Is again, you're looking at, okay, one of the, and maybe it doesn't 100% prove patriarchy, but it does prove one of the primary definitional aspects for a patriarchy is that we could just say, all right, a patriarchy would suggest that a society has a majority, percentage wise, males in positions of power. So, all right, so this society, how many women have been in Congress? How many women? And overall, I think they're talking about the Senate. I think she mentioned that particular statistic. It sounds about right to me that what in the entire history of it, only about 3-ish%, maybe 4% have ever been women. That's pretty male dominated. So it may not 100% prove patriarchy, but it sure as shit, if matriarchy is going to be the oppositional thing, to where the primary powers in social and governments are going to be held by the maternal line and by women, we would not see 95% of the Senate in the entire history being men. We would see it the opposite. We would see the majority of it would have been women. So how do we live in a matriarchy?
Yes. So I disagree with that. So I think what this gets to.
What do you mean you disagree with that? It's a statistic. Make yourself clearer. What do you disagree with? Do you disagree with the statistic or the okay, whatever.
Which is actually an important part of the conversation, is that people always think that where there is disparity, there's somehow inequality, and I actually reject that entirely.
That's, again, she's got to get into her weird anti-DEI, anti-inequality, because, again, that's another talking point she loves, and it sells really well amongst her group. That has nothing to do. We'll go back and let her speak, and then we're going to explain why this is dumb.
That people always think that where there is disparity, there's somehow inequality, and I actually reject that entirely. I think it's just a difference in what we're interested in. I think
a different, fucking Christ. So again, the reason why is because we're just biologically built different. So even if we agree with that stupidity, let's just agree for it for a second. This is just a result of different interests that are just biologically hardwired into us. Men seek roles in governance and women do not. Well, that means that it is a patriarchy. Like, that doesn't preclude it from being a patriarchy. You might say that a patriarchy is just biological reality, that of course it's a patriarchy because this is just how we are biologically wired. So making it sound like patriarchy was a choice is incorrect. Maybe that would be a better thing, like this. We live on a patriarchy and that's natural. That's what her argument would be suggesting, is that we live under a patriarchy and that is natural. That's what her comment here suggests. Her actual argument, one, it doesn't suggest that we live under a matriarchy. And two, if this is true, that it's based on choice, then how could, in such a biologically essentialist designed organism and society, to where men just naturally go towards positions of power that have a disproportionate power effect on society than many other roles, how could we live under, how is it a matriarchy then? This factoid counters itself, counters her own argument. Again, she just wants to talk about how it's natural so people stop thinking about it, but know how all these uppity women and all these talk show left-leaning women and all these Hollywood types that are all feminine, they're all telling you how to live and do stuff. That shows that we're in a matriarchy. And how you can't just, be sexist all the time towards women. That shows we're in a matriarchy. That's where she's going. I mean, she's not going to put in that same words. But again, note, if you actually pay attention to what Candace Owens says, she is dumb. This is painfully stupid. Why I kind of like that is my heaviest criticism, and the one that I constantly go back to time and time again. If you pay attention what Candace Owens is saying and actually work it out like math, like you actually got to work it out and connect it to basic observable realities and even other statements that she said are true, it doesn't work.
We're biologically wired, we're interested in different careers. And just because if we looked in the fashion industry and said, oh, well, it's being dominated by women, it wouldn't mean that, okay, well, that means that the fashion industry is a matriarchy.
But you say we do live under a matriarchy. Oh, we wouldn't say that. We might. Like, again, matriarchy is more about social things, so that's not like a social government kind of thing. And the fashion industry doesn't really have a social government. It has sociological elements and cultural elements. And you could certainly say that certain cultural elements and certain arenas of existence and certain aspects are female dominated and could be seen as almost matriarchal, in the sense that the feminine and or female perspective, ideas and ideologies and concepts are privileged over male ones. But she's saying, oh, that doesn't prove that we live under a matriarchy, so government doesn't. But it's like, but one, you don't understand the word means. You keep wanting to say patriarchy is more kind of like some kind of cultural thing. That's not what feminists say. They say that patriarchy is the social kind of government's kind of aspect, and downstream of that, that has cultural impacts. So again, this might be an annoying factor or whatever, but again, it is a result of patriarchal aspects, but it itself is not patriarchy. Again, this is where feminist extreme like slogans kind of suck to a certain degree, because from like a definitional, very, very technical standpoint, it is not in essence patriarchy. It is, in the sense of sociology, it is cultural patriarchal things, which is downstream from the kind of social government material domination and oppression and whatever aspects of patriarchy. So it's not, again, we could quibble about this a little bit, but that's kind of where that small little distinction is where Candace Owens wants to try to exist and peddle her bullshit here. And even if, again, we ignore that, like I said before, what she said is nonsensical. You can't listen to what Candace Owens says and come away with any other opinion other than, this is kind of stupid. If you're actually listening to what she's saying and following along, that doesn't make any sense.
And men have no sense. It just means have no ability to communicate how they feel in the fashion industry. I literally think that those numbers show that we're just biologically different. So
again, that does not preclude or at all influence or touch upon at all patriarchy necessarily. At most, what it might suggest is that your argument is that patriarchy isn't some sociological phenomena, purely abstract, purely created, but in fact is a biological reality. And if that's true, then again, a matriarchy can't possibly be that. And why do we give a shit if we live in a matriarchy? If patriarchy is a biological reality, matriarchy is probably a biological reality. What are you talking about? You can't do this.
I actually think politically, women have shown that they have a lot more power than men have. And I'm talking about just in terms of political movements. The most recent I can think of is the Me Too movement, right?
Oh, God fucking damn it. Oh, sweet baby God, help us all. Again, she's just kind of like she's just kind of a crappy mixtape of the worst, most bad faith bullshit kind of angry, pissed off, conservative, misogynistic talking points. The Me Too movement, oh my God, it was so overblown and all these people were being attacked. It's like this, yeah, but at the same time, we had the Me Too movement, and what happened? Like, there was some changes here and there, and some people, but overall, we have 350 million people in this country, 400 million people in this country. Let's just look at economic standards, anything like that. Did it actually do a whole hell of a lot that affects the day-to-day lives and existences of people to any major degree? Or was it just kind of a couple of small things here and there, like, oh, the Me Too movement? And again, nothing about a patriarchy suggests that women don't have power within society at all. It just suggests that on the most bare bones kind of sociological perspective is that the majority of governance is dictated and controlled by the paternal line. Poor Weinstein and Matt Lauer, yeah. God. Oh, it's so terrible for them. Like, I think that Weinstein's like the only one that actually has actual consequences happening. Matt Lauer just got fired, but he's still rich and fine. He's doing his own thing. He's probably just retired, living his best life. But this weird reactionary thing, this only works in this kind of extremely reactionary, misogynistic, without even realizing they're misogynistic, reductive, brain rot. I watch too much TMZ. This is the thing, is that this is purely culture war bullshit. But notice again, she's not talking culture war up here. Her argument is we live under a matriarchy, not a patriarchy, because look at how all these crazy uppity women affected society so much during Me Too. But it affected, but at the same time, like, did it? Did it control? Did all of these women, were they able to just drag out all the men they wanted and put them on trial and have them go to jail? Have them... Oh, hold on. Just swallow. Sorry, I'm dying here. I swallowed like a dust particle or something. It hit the back of my throat in a really awful way. Hold on. Oh, that's embarrassing and weird. TMZ is Murdoch owned. If yeah, drink more. Yeah, I was just drinking a bit more. Honestly, I should have more alcohol. Sadly, I don't drink alcohol, but I do have this drink and it does give me some sustenance. The sugar will help. Ah, damn it. More whiskey. Yeah, sadly, I just never developed the taste for alcohol, so it doesn't really work for me. But we'll soldier on through this. Again, I hate it takes me so long to get through these videos because there's just so much fundamentally fucking stupid and wrong about what like Candace Owens says that it's just mind-boggling.
If a bunch of women get together and complain about a man and refer to the patriarchy and scream, generally speaking, let me know if you agree, the media will celebrate that. If a bunch of men got together and were shrieking and speaking about women, generally speaking, the media would call them all white supremacists.
What media? I love how she and her Fox News friends and all the rest of this, they're never included in the fucking media. It's always this big alternate entity that doesn't exist. Because here's the thing, Candace. You would probably crow about how many people follow you and whatever the Daily Wire and all these other conservative things, and how this shows just how true and awesome of what you're saying is. And yet, when you're like 90% of your shtick and the rest of them is screeching about how terrible and awful women are, and you do it to raucous applause and just people loving you and just in the comment sections going, yeah, you take it to them stupid, crazy feminists. What the fuck are you talking about? And again, notice again, this is just like popularity stuff. This is just culture popularity stuff. This doesn't actually go to actual power, like true economic force power or governmental power. Oh, we live under a matriarchy. So why was Roe v. Wade repealed? A huge number of these screeching, terrible feminist women who control society under the matriarchy, who do this and control media. Why don't we have? Why has it failed there? Because the noble men and good conservative women managed to barely stave them off? Well,
and say that we had a misogyny problem and that things were really wrong in society. Women are allowed to be more vocal in general about problems than men are.
Well, let me speak to that. When we're talking about government and media, these are two different things. So, under the denotative definition of a patriarchy, by the percentages that are occupied in the government, which is majority male, defines us as a patriarchy. Now, what it comes to for capitalism, for marketing purposes and control, for capital and revenue, that is a totally different conversation. But who's making the laws? I don't think that women are the ones voting to have their reproductive rights taken away, where you have rape, incest, and all of these things excluded to force women to be able to have. I don't think women in government would largely vote against their own interests because it's majority men.
all right. Got to give her a bit of applause. Good way of going about that. Again, by basic definition, the denotative characteristics of a patriarchy doesn't necessarily talk purely about culture and all of these social interactions necessarily. It just defines one kind of aspect or one kind of characteristic. And in this case, and it's an important one, but it has downstream effects. To be able, some women do, sure. But that's the thing, is why do those women do that? Now, some people have different arguments back and forth. But even just if we ignore that, the fact of the matter is that if we lived under a matriarchy, by its very definition, the majority of, in America, Congress and Senate and the presidency would be female or would be more strongly female. If, according to Candace Owens, we are just biologically hardwired to have different results, so women go for one way, men go for another thing, then that biological essentialism would completely and utterly make a matriarchy impossible by definition. Again, she only wants you to think of matriarchy and patriarchy in this culture war kind of concept. This vague, abstract, cultural influence and that kind of power. They don't want you to think about it in the actual, like scientific, academic, sociological terminology, because they have no answer for that. So they attack the cultural aspect, but the cultural aspect has relevance. And the only reason why we suggest that culturally we have patriarchal aspects is because it's a downstream effect of the sociological structuring of our existence, of American society being patriarchal. Like it's just duh. It's just a downstream effect of it. So she wants to attack one aspect while ignoring the kind of the major thing here. And again, she's just suggesting, oh, women have power in society to affect it. Yeah, okay, great. As I said before, patriarchy has nothing to say that would suggest that women don't have power to affect society to some degree. It's simply going to say that the primary power, the oftentimes definitional power, is along the patriarchal line, the paternal line, yeah, it's just
Patriarchy.
Okay, I think love that point. Are women allowed to vote?
Oh, of course they are.
Who's voting that patriarchy?
oh god, this fucking canard. Are women allowed to vote? No, not always. For the first over 100 years, in fact, women have not been able to vote for their representatives for longer than they have been, because they got the vote in 1919 America, 1918, 1919. So that would be, we have about a little over 100 years, 106 years. So country was founded and kind of found its independence in 1776. We'll just call it 1780s, 89, something about that. That's when I believe the Constitution was ratified, or I believe something along the lines of 1789. So let's just say that. So that's 120 years, 130 years before women got the constitutional right to vote. So technically, women still, even after all this time, there was more years where women couldn't vote than years that women could vote. And oh, women voted these people in. Women do vote a lot. Men also vote. Oh, women contribute to this. They vote those representatives in, yes. But again, as I said before, one of the things that patriarchal power does, and the expectations, and this is kind of what ideology kind of does, is that ideology frames and pre-frames and structuralize the information that you receive and the choices that you can make within a given moment before you even get there. So again, imagine you have an alphabet, the alphabet A through Z. What ideology and patriarchy kind of concepts do is that they already, before you even get to the choice, they have already influenced you and kind of pushed you into negating or otherwise ignoring all the letters except for A, B, or C. Because you don't think of D. Well, no, that D is a letter, but not like a letter. We can't choose that. That doesn't make any sense. It has to be A, B, or C. Ideology, again, frames this. So this idea that, oh, well, women choose these representatives. They choose from what representatives they have to choose from. Which representatives get more support, get more effort. And again, this is something that is oftentimes a self-fulfilling, self-feeding prophecy. Women want to vote for women, but they are afraid that other men and other people might not vote for women, so they vote and instead, or support, the man who most closely aligns with some degree of their ideology, or the patriarchal figure that most closely aligns to their interests. And frequently, it's not particularly close at all, but it might have one or two interests that are somewhat related to them, and then they choose amongst that. This is very simplistic. This is like Sociology 102. This is basic shit. This only works, this kind of gotcha question only works if you are just fundamentally ignorant on a great many things.
Love that point. Are women allowed to vote?
Oh, of course they are.
Who's voting that patriarchy in then, out of curiosity?
No, I totally agree. And you want to know why? Because there are so many women who think like you. You submit to the idea of men ruling everything. And your ideology is spread across a lot of women who also falsely believe to vote against their own interests just to complain about it in the end.
Excellent. 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 That's great. I don't remember what her name was. What it was, a Princess the Queen Maker, I think is what she said. Right? I think that's what she said her name was. She had that great little introduction. It was like Priscilla the Queen Maker. Yeah, that's good. I like it. But yeah, again, a great presentation and a very succinct explanation of, yeah, so women vote for them. But again, women are influenced by other women and other men. And that's the point of the patriarchy, is that it oftentimes is a self-reinforcing thing. That's how ideology works. Welcome. Princilla, it might be Princilla, not Priscilla, it's Princilla. Yeah, maybe it's Princilla. I don't know. We'll go back and check before we move on to the next person.
Earlier you said that women would be much more happier working at home, but don't you agree that it's human nature to want things that you don't have? Mm-hmm. So during the 1950s, which is something that you constantly bring up, it wasn't until 1994 that it was legally illegal to beat your wife. And so what we're dealing
Referring to the 1994 Violence Against Women Act, which provides protections at the federal level for victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and other crimes. Yeah, for the most part, this is true. My spelling, if wrong, I think you're pretty close to his spelling. We'll check in a second. But so this fact checked is for the most part correct. Given a small little background, is that technically, I mean, you could still go to jail for assault and battery to some degree, but it was kind of like there was some trickiness with there, in that, again, domestic violence wasn't treated or wasn't given any specific or special kind of considerations and understanding within the law. So a lot of domestic violence ended up because, like, well, is this assault and battery? Like it feels kind of weird. Oftentimes, if you were like getting charged with domestic violence, what we would call domestic violence now, back in the day, especially in the 50s and 60s, more often it would be like disturbing the peace. Like you would get charges like that, which are like misdemeanor bullshit kind of things. You might get kind of maybe an assault and battery charge, but only if it's in public with witnesses around there. And oftentimes that would then be marked down to, again, like a disturbance of the peace kind of charge. You look in the history of domestic violence, and again, violence in the household prior to a lot of these acts and push forward from like the Violence Against Women Act and various other things that codified the idea of domestic violence as being violence that is prosecutable. Prior to that, again, it is in a legal quagmire, which, again, there's even stuff from conservative and even kind of more conservative religious texts, I remember, books and academics and kind of just general intellectuals that kind of talked about this problem. Again, they talked about it from a conservative perspective to a certain degree, but I'm trying to remember some of them. I haven't read them in well over a decade. Back way back then. I mean, I didn't read a lot of them. I just kind of read about them and around them and read citations and references to their work. But it was not a complete unknown problem in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, even in conservative environments and intellectual spaces, that the household, that front door of the house creates this kind of barrier for any kind of justice. And it's really problematic because they don't want to violate their conservative values of marriage and blah, blah, blah. But they also we're recognizing and talking about, like, there needs to kind of be something here, because the judges, even the prosecutors, everybody's kind of acknowledging to some degree or another, this is unsustainable. They're not really sure how to fix it, and the conservative ones don't really want to fix it with federal regulation, but everybody, or a good number of people, this wasn't just some crazy feminists and liberals whining and bitching about marriage and whatever. This was everybody acknowledging this fucking sucked. this was a problem. A good number of people across bipartisan support and bipartisan aspects acknowledged that this kind of needed to happen. So again, this idea of, oh, women doing blah, blah, blah.
For that it was legally
Yeah.
illegal to beat your wife. And so what we're dealing with is people wanting something, and then when they get it, they're not happy with it, and then they have to revoke that idea for something else. And so what you're saying is that women vote for these things because they have the same mentality as you.
Okay. So you're acknowledging that women have the freedom to vote.
Yes.
And you're saying that women are still existing mentally, even with the freedom to vote.
Correct.
They are voting men in because we are still victims of.
No, I don't believe in victimhood. I believe in lack of education and lack of knowledge, because one of the things that you also
Do
say.
you think that it could just be that more men are running for positions of office?
No, not necessarily, because.
But why? Why? Again, this ultimately goes like you're making observations, but these observations, you have an assumption. It's just because men are running for office, but why are they doing that? Is it just because they are biologically driven to this? That's the only thing that could suggest, because otherwise, if I open up the idea that they are socially influenced to do this, that leads to the patriarchy. Oh no. Notice again, Candace Owens throws out this little nugget, but can't actually deal with it. If it's biological, then all her argument is that patriarchy is biologically essential and natural, which doesn't prove her argument. In fact, goes against it. We do live under a patriarchy. It's just biological reality, according to her, in that frame. Or if she's suggesting that this is just kind of a downshoot from, or it's maybe like sociological or something like that, or psychological, then we enter into the realm of, well, what influences people's social, psychological, and culture? Which then leads back to patriarchy. God damn it, stupid.
Remember, the United States, the average reading comprehension of people in the United States is 6th grade. So we're not dealing with
It's actually worse than that. As a small little asider, it's actually kind of worse than 6th grade. I believe it's actually dropped to around 5th grade or lower. That's kind of recent research. Again, some of it's still suggesting it's around 6th grade. It's been that way for quite a while, but I do believe in the last like 5 or 10 years, the average reading level has dropped for most, even adults, dropped to around a 5th grade level, which again, it's like, oh, well, 5th grade, 6th grade, that's not much. But like, again, any movement on that statistic is gargantuan. Because with the number of people we're studying, that statistic shouldn't change in 5 years. That statistic should be something like, it's like evolution. It takes a lot of time, and then if it doesn't take a lot of time, that means something catastrophic has happened, which again, in the past about 5-10 years, our reading skills, on average, are worse than they were by a good margin. So just a small little caveat, just based on my, again, teaching, education background, it's actually closer to 5th grade. But the point still stands. She's making, the average reading skill, often correlates to strong critical thinking and critical engagement and informative choice. Thing is, the average people just don't know enough and don't have enough time and aren't encouraged to be intellectual and strong enough kind of thinkers to understand how shit works. So they just kind of go with the flow.
educated people. Lack of education is the cause for what we see in the world. And if we educate the women better, because a nation can rise no higher than its woman, and if she reading and comprehending at a 6th grade level and popping out a lot of kids, because the brokest people in the world pop out the most kids. So if we have those people voting, of course they're going to vote against their interests, because they're voting for some utopian society that will.
Got a bit of a sermonized kind of voice there. A little bit rambly, but again, for the most part, the point works. Which is why part of why we're using matriarchy as a shorthand for female influence. Yeah, ultimately, again, it's just culture war nonsense. the reason she's saying we live under a matriarchy, not a patriarchy, is not because it's actually true. It's not because it's actually sociologically true or she has any evidence. It's just because this feeds into the incel misogynistic, anti-Me Too, anti-women kind of sentiment. Women are ruining video games. All of this bullshit that's kind of built up in the center-right, right-leaning kind of sphere. It's just bullshit. Yeah.
Never exist.
Okay, so that's why you think Kamala lost.
This ain't even about Kamala.
Because you're talking.
Well, that's why you think Kamala... She didn't bring up Kamala. We're talking in generalities. Again, notice again, she only can talk about in these stupid little gotcha memes. These little talking points that actually don't have any development under there. They're just talking points to bring up a general sentiment and feeling. Like a little tiny little burst of heroin injected into your brain so that you go, oh yeah, I'm back, baby. They're not substantive. They're just little trigger words to trigger a response.
Women. No, but we had an opportunity.
Yeah, go ahead.
We had a male running and we had a female running. And we actually showed that Trump increased the amount of women who voted for him, right? So I'm asking you, do you believe that the reason that happened was because women became less educated during that time?
No, it's because women, and again, patriarchy would suggest this, is that women have been conditioned to perceive other women in positions of power in a negative sense. And again, you kind of feed into this when you suggest that women who are going after a career rather than raising children are not living their true absolute life. That sentiment, if I perceive a woman who is not raising their kids, but instead being a career, your ideology would influence me to see that that person is living incorrect. Not necessarily terribly wrong, but inefficient, incorrect, wrong to a certain degree. Not terribly so, but that is enough to make me not trust it or think that's something wrong, that she's defective, something weird, she's not doing it right. That's where this ideology goes, which then makes me not want to vote for them. And again, I'm sorry, we live in a matriarch, and here's where I'm going to get maybe slightly sexist, so hold on for a second. Some of the worst forms of misogyny that I have ever seen and encountered in my personal life, and what I've seen sometimes in professional life, have come from other women policing other women's femininity and expressions of femininity. Some of the most, and again, this is kind of a meme and it's somewhat sexist meme, but there is some degree of truth to it, is that if you ever want to see how women tear down other women, partly maybe because of patriarchy or just because of capitalism, because of culture, because of all manner of stuff that has nothing to do that either disagrees or agrees with patriarchy, but just in general, work in any kind of office setting where the majority of people there are women, and goddamn the cattiness, the backstabbing cattiness shit that happens there is fucking off the chain. It is insane. I have worked in several environments where there was a majority of women, and even in the positive ones, there was some weird policing of femininity that often would happen. This doesn't negate patriarchy theory. This doesn't support it either. It doesn't do much. Like, you can examine it from both areas. But this idea that, oh, more women voted for Trump, that must mean that, that we live in a matriarchy and that all these women were voting against their interests. Like, it could be, again, some women have been conditioned, partly by patriarchy, partly by not, that, again, they viewed Kamala and she wasn't feminine enough or she didn't present enough. People like you didn't vote for Kamala, even if they're not as politically savvy. I say that with a great deal of irony. Politically savvy as you, but they live the kind of life you do. They value a woman who is a caregiver and a mother figure. They don't value or see a woman as being a president or a senator. Thus, the vote for Kamala is, by definition, discounted. Like I said before, the ideology restricts it to A, B, or C, and thus any choices of E, D, X, Y, Z, any other letters in the alphabet, they were already predetermined and pre-selected out. I'm not going to vote for Kamala because that's just, women as a president, that just doesn't make any sense. She should be taking care of her kids and doing stuff like that. She shouldn't be running for president. What is she doing that way?
They've always been less educated. Did you know that UNESCO says that that 2/3 of the 7.7 million illiterate adults is women? Illiterate. And we have
I love how she's wanting to try to pretend like this is somehow anti-woman, what she's saying, and kind of misogynistic and patronizing. And if you're an ignorant dipshit, you might see that as what she is currently saying as that. But that's not, again, this is just kind of for people, for a group of people and a political ideology that loves hard facts. They really hate when you start bringing hard facts in. Like, look, the fact that women voting for Trump does not indicate that Trump is part of the matriarchal control mechanism or that women have full accesses. Like, because again, I'm sorry, let's go back into this. If 2/3 of adults across the world and women, or 2/3 of the illiterate ones are made up of women, and if women on average, because of patriarchy, because of social controls, tend to get less education than men, which I don't think is actually necessarily true anymore. I would have to go back into statistics. But again, these are just uncomfortable facts that go against your really crappy, short-sighted, half-assed, throwaway comment to try to like, oh, well, women voted for Trump. Okay. So it doesn't mean we live under a matriarchy.
6th grade educated people voting. And guess who? Guess the dominant population is white women. And so guess what? Now you have to add a race element into that, which you already know exists. Because we, as black folks, we ain't the dominant people voting people in. Okay, so now when we have to go into white supremacy and feminism, now you have to look at the mind of the people who actually have economic success and what they're voting for, because classism actually matters as well. So I'm sorry, but a lot of people vote based on their feelings and not based on policy.
Pause, guys.
Yes.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please
Good.
Thank you for the respectful conversation.
You're so confused. You're not confused. You're confused because you don't like dealing with reality. And she was just speaking, again, even if I don't necessarily agree with all of her prescriptions on some of this, I could probably debate back and forth on some of them. You don't like dealing with the basic reality that she was presenting. You're so ideologically bent. You can't understand anything outside of your little narrative. All right, but let's, we wanted to check on her name, actually. I don't remember that. Where were we? Here we are.
Hi.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Princella, the Queen Maker.
Princella the Queen Maker. Yes. All right.
As to why this is. And
Thank you for the respectful conversation.
hi.
Hi. How are you?
Great to meet you. I'm doing
Very
well.
nice to meet you.
So I view this argument as a matter of fact, right? This is a descriptive claim about the culture, reality we live in, and patriarchy being a system in which men hold the predominance of power in both political, economic, and social methods of organization. So S&P 500 companies, 90% of CEOs are men. Board members, 70% of CEOs are men. 70% of congressional members are men. Now, you may provide some sort of naturalistic argument to why that is, but what you're essentially arguing then is that there's a natural patriarchy, which
Biological essentialism.
I think feminists would all disagree with. We think that there's a clear social pressure as to why this is. And part of the evidence for that is since feminism's arise within our public culture, we've now seen an explosion of women entering these fields.
Well, I would even again, you can go with this, but one thing I would have added to that acknowledgement that you're trying to say this is biological reality, which again, you could say I don't agree with, but even if we did agree, or even if we did suggest that such a thing is biological reality, on the basis of that, your thesis, your statement here is unfounded. It is not true. We literally can't. If it's a biological reality that patriarchy is just natural, then because men just choose this because they are biologically hardwired to choose these roles, then your claim that we live under a matriarchy, it literally can't. That's like saying, well, we actually aren't land-based mammals. We're sea-based mammals and breathe underwater. Well, okay, so the vast majority of people live on land. The vast majority of people cannot breathe on there. And if you're saying it's like in this biological reality that we need oxygen to breathe and we do not have gills or any other filtration system that can filter out the oxygen from the water, ergo, we literally can't be sea mammals. We can't be seafaring creatures that breathe underwater. Because by your the biological reality they're trying to appeal to negates this possibility. I would have made sure to hammer that because it's there and somebody can make the leap. But again, hammering her on these individual points rather than creating a long stream of thing, because now she's just going to want to do some narrative bullshit. Hammering her on those specific points is how you show the insanely stupid nature of her arguments and theses.
But we have a long way to go. But fundamentally, the claim regarding patriarchy or matriarchy, we are so much closer to where we were just a few decades ago or a couple generations ago where women couldn't hold a credit card than a system where men can't hold a credit card. We're still much closer to that form of society.
Why would you say that we're closer to that? What do you mean by that? Did you just qualify that?
Because in terms of economic power, so for example, household wealth, women own 55 cents to every dollar a man owns.
Who controls household spending, though? You talk about how the money's made in America. How is it being spent? Who spends it?
So it's primarily spent by women, as you've noted, but then the money where the profit's being generated, it's being generated by men.
Would you rather be the people that are spending and deciding?
Yeah, but again, they're spending and doing that, but the person making the money is giving that money. Like, again, my power, and the big thing with patriarchy is that your power is subservient to another person's power. To her, any pushback at all is oppression. I guess, yeah. Like, well, the big thing is just, it's these quick little reductive things like this. Women spend most of it. It's like, yes, women spend a lot of the money that is made, but at the same time, men make it, and ultimately, they have the power to control it. Now, again, if you wanted to see that, again, that doesn't necessarily make it matriarchal. Because again, the sociological definition of matriarchy just doesn't, or patriarchy doesn't work with this scenario. But even if we want to look at it culturally, women are given a lot of control over the spending and purchasing of things to some degree. But it's just such a small little aspect of it.
On what the money's being spent on, or would you rather be the person that's just working to earn that?
But again, if I'm working and doing this, ultimately, especially with her design, is like, okay, well, if women are not getting careers and living in the household, yeah, they may be spending more money, but the reason they're spending it is because I have given them a job that the man of the house essentially has given, and that's kind of how it was set up. People forget that was kind of the power and dynamic or whatever back in like Victorian, Edwardian English times, which these people seem to want to return to, is that the homemaker was in many ways kind of treated somewhat almost economically and socially like a job. Again, you remember if you've watched any of those old movies or you read any of the books written around that time period, oftentimes what women would do when they're trying to get a man, like a man on the prowl, trying to not seduce, but to get a woman to marry him or whatever, he would put forward this like this record, his job application of here's the money I am making, my position at this firm, I am a man of good upstanding character. For the woman offering to do this, again, women oftentimes the thing that you would do is or be trained to be a good housemaker, to be able to handle certain finances to some degree within it comes to the house, how to find and hire help and how to manage them, all this stuff. So again, if you say, oh, women are responsible for 70-80% of purchasing decisions, it's kind of like saying, well, the shipping department and the shipping manager at the Amazon for this Amazon warehouse is responsible for shipping out 70-80% of all of Amazon's product. He has as much power, if not more power, than Jeff Bezos. Anyone would kind of go, well, that's stupid. The guy works for Jeff Bezos. Yes, he does a lot for it, but ultimately, Jeff Bezos can just fire him. He has the ultimate power. Jeff Bezos, the reason why he doesn't handle the shipping of his product is because he has so much power and so much privilege. He doesn't want to. He gives that to a secondary individual. He gives that to a subordinate to do. Women spend a lot of this money. That's because men give it to them to spend, which means that men have intrinsically the right and the power and the design to not do this. And again, we see this play out in society, is that yes, women are responsible for 70-80% of the purchasing things, but back in the 50s and back before women had more economic stability, when they would get divorced or left by their husband, there was two things that could happen. The first and most immediate result is automatic destitution. You automatically go from 60 to 0 with almost no recovery other than finding another man to marry or working as a maid, as the lowest of low class. The other way, but this created a great deal of poverty and suffering. So even back in the Victorian era, they acknowledged how much we live in a patriarchy, and they made it like, all right, you divorce from your wife, she is entitled to some degree of stipend or some kind of divorce proceedings, depending on the wealth and depending on the social class. This would change sometimes, but because like you have to pay for the kids and or the wife, because even if she's ex-wife and the kids, because it's literally the only way they're making any goddamn money. But it's just like, even it's so weird that you can go back to the most patriarchal kind of assholes, even misogynistically dickheads back in the Victorian and Edwardian times. The judges and the kind of politicians and political polemic kind of writers. And even they have a better grasp on this shit than Candace Owens. Again, she just fantasizes and projects onto the past and onto the present what she thinks her conspiratorial mind puts together with this little fantasy, and then just runs with it. With these tiny little nuggets of wisdom, these little things. Women are responsible for 70-80% of purchasing decisions because men are giving money to them.
Well, CEOs and board members aren't working. They own the shares, and
Right.
they're making the profit.
Yeah, well, when you own profit is making.
You would much in a capitalist system.
Hold on.
You would much rather.
Oh my God, I almost choked on myself. The fuck did she just say about making profit is making? Is that her defense of CEO pay and stuff like that?
person that's just working
You would-
to earn
well,
that.
well, CEOs and board members aren't working. They own the shares and
Right.
they're making the
Yeah,
profit.
well, when you own
You
it,
would- you would-
profit,
you would
making,
much
profit is
rather-
making.
You would
Huh. Oh, oh my God. Holy shit. Making profit is making. Oh my God. It's like she doesn't understand that words can have subtle different meanings and definitions and usage. God damn it, is Candace Owens stupid.
Yeah, you would much in a capitalist system, by definition, you would much rather be making the profit than spending.
I would much rather be spending your money than having to work for your money. I just so you
But God, nothing is worse than listening to a tradcon talk about economics. Oh my God. Oh God. Ah, it hurts. Okay, we're just moving on. Fuck it.
just so we are
Well,
so totally
okay,
clear
well-
here, I would much rather spend
I'm
your
not-
money.
I'm not talking-
than have
Then why are you working? You have a husband. He makes good money, right? Why are you working? It always comes back to that. And again, a patriarchy does not say that women won't have the ability to spend money. It's literally a hierarchical system of arrangement of various powers. God, again, it's just like, well, the shipping manager at the Amazon warehouse, he ships out most of the product and he has access to more product on a day-to-day basis than Jeff Bezos. That must mean he has more power than Jeff Bezos because he has access to all of the shelves filled with all the product. He has as much wealth, if not more wealth, material wealth, than Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos just has some stocks that are that's just fake stuff in the electronic sphere. Jesus fucking. Look, I'm not even much of an economic guy. I'm an English dumbass, all right? I'm an English lit nerd. This ain't my field. But this is painfully fucking stupid. Only morons who think so shallowly that I wonder if they even classify as conscious human beings anymore would ever consider what she is saying here at all fucking any sign of intelligence. God, we might have to skip.
to go out and earn your money.
Well, you're talking about wage laborers in terms of working, but in terms of
No, I'm
who
speaking
actually
about
owns
spending
the
power.
wealth-
Right,
Yeah.
well-
yeah. Well, sure. Okay.
But that matters.
wait,
If
but-
85%
Sure.
of 85 cents of every dollar, how that's being spent, is being determined by women, that's power. That we can't say spending power is
but
not
why,
power.
why do you think that is the case? It's because women are often relegated to the role of doing grocery shopping, etc. Because for millennia now,
Yep. Again, this was true back in the Victorian era. It's that if you looked at it from a very myopic and stupid perspective, the vast majority of Victorian wealth in like the Downtown Abbey kind of stuff, the vast majority of it for the day-to-day is being quote unquote spent and dictated by the women and the household caretakers and not necessarily the men. But if you look at it from that that perspective and you try to argue from that, most people would think you're absolutely crazy. The only reason it works today is because nobody's actually thinking about what Candace Owens is saying. They're just reacting to these keyword emotional trigger words that trigger the stupid part of their brain, the monkey part of their brain, to start clapping and go, yeah, that's true.
or from millennia up until now, women were unable to enter the workforce and have economic political
so
freedom.
let's get into the reasons, because you brought up something that men are the people that are at the top of these companies, these Fortune 500 companies.
Right, and political power.
You're absolutely right. Why is that?
It's primarily because the women haven't broken the ceiling quite yet in terms of meeting men in terms of parity with these sort of powers. But what
It can be effective. Of course it's effective. That's extremely effective. because it demands nothing of the audience. If all I do is send trigger words and I don't actually try to explain my ideology in my words, and I'm just saying stupid random comments like this without absolutely any true engagement with the idea. And I'm not even doing an amazing job here in engaging with the ideas. I'll be free. Like, again, I could be trying to cite articles and studies and references and stuff. That would be much more informative, but it's very difficult to do on the fly. But I could try to be doing that. But here's the big thing, is that what she is doing is, again, this is like, it's just sugar for the brain. And then people assuming, oh, well, I had a well-balanced diet today. I got a lot of valuable, sustenance. What did you eat? I just ate spoonfuls of sugar. Well, I mean, yeah, in the body, sucrose is a very useful substance. Sugar, that sucrose is a useful substance, but you need like a bunch of other stuff. But again, if I'm just really dumb, and these kind of trigger things, again, the other thing I would say is, one of the things, this is a small aside, but people often say that as a critique of leftism and kind of liberalism, but specifically leftism, is that they say left-leaning, like culture war stuff, leftists look for heretics and conservatives look for converts. Basically, they're saying that leftism is always so self-critical and self-destructive that they're constantly looking for heretics and anybody who steps out of line. There's some degree to truth to that. But the second part, that, oh, conservatives look for converts, conservatives are so open and so, like, the thing is that conservatism, especially cultural conservatism, the kind of brand of culture war nonsense that she sells, the reason it's popular isn't because it has value or because it has good answers or anything like that. It has value to people, and why people like to join up with it is because it demands absolutely nothing of you. Intellectually, morally, economically, it demands nothing. Because again, all it says is, I'm just going to feed you some sugar, some confectionery good. I'm going to feed you cotton candy bullshit. And what does it cost you? Absolutely nothing. You don't have to change. You don't have to be a better person. You don't have to learn. You don't have to think. You don't have to figure shit out. You don't have to change at all. All you have to do is sit back and just laugh. It is couch potato politics. It is convenience poisoned to the absolute maximum. That is why people like Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, all of their logics and all this kind of stuff, why it appeals to certain people is because it's so surface level stupid, but just kind of has this general good feeling to it, and it validates them. It's just really convenient. It's convenient and it's easy. It demands nothing of you. It says you don't need to change. You're perfect the way you are. Just keep voting this direction and everything's going to be fine. Hate it.
We've seen with the explosion of feminism is that women have actually begun to enter these companies, have risen into both political and economic positions of power, but that continues to grow year by year, which shows that these social pressures are actually breaking apart as soon as feminism comes into play.
So what I
We
would
start
say is
teaching
what
women,
that shows
different
you
sorts
is
of
that
values.
women and men have different interests, and I think this gets in.
Kid, notice again, she just keeps saying the same shit. She said this like 10 to 15 times in her previous statement. This one, she just keeps falling back on this weird little nugget of wisdom, this little thing that men and women are different and they have different interests. Why? Again, it just goes back to biological weird essentialism. But I really wish, God damn it, I wish you guys would just stop trying to argue with her on a high level, engaging with feminism. Stop trying to do this. She's too stupid and she's too stubborn for that. Just say, if it is biological essential, or basically patriarchy is just a natural formation, and all the evidence that we see of quote unquote patriarchy is just naturally occurring, then by definition, we can't live under a matriarchy at all. Because the biology essentialism that you argue for precludes and kind of precludes this from happening. Just hammer that point. Because again, what the fuck is she going to respond with? She has to pivot to some random weird shit, which is, again, antithetical to her entire argument.
To what I was saying, that just because you see a disparity does not mean that it's not just a disparity in what our interests are. That's what's being represented. I don't know why there has been this idea that women should want to aspire to work 80 hours a week in order.
Nobody is saying they need to work 80 hours a week. Again, you are misconstruing capitalist exploitation and exploited markets and labor for the fundamental aspect of whether or not women should have and should be allowed to work.
To be on par with men.
Do you think that interests are innate, or do you think
I
that
think the interests are innate.
So why is it then that, for example, in the 1980s, only a quarter of college graduates were women, where now majority of college graduates are women? That shows that because of the way that social pressures have actually changed, women's interests are actually now changing too. A majority, I think, or at least half of law school graduates are now women. It used to be the case in, for example, a few hundred years ago, that a lot of primary philosophers like Immanuel Kant, Hegel, didn't even believe women could be reasonable. Now here you are today doing a debate.
Kind of. I mean, they had some degrees of aspects like that. Yeah. Definitely product of their times, but I'm okay with that. I could maybe quabble a little bit about some of the distinctions there, but some defense of Hegel and Kant on this regard a little bit, but it's not really worth splitting the hair.
Debate with me where we're using logic and reason to get to these flows, and nobody here would dismiss the claim that you can't be rational or logical or be, for example, a great lawyer because you're a woman.
Right. So I totally agree with you that women, but I think they have actually entered into the workforce. I mean, entered into college under this external pressure of feeling that if you don't go to college, you're going to be a failure.
So you admit
and
that
knowing
pressures
that
are a part of the way interests work.
Yes, but we're disagreeing on where the pressure is coming from. Like, I think that now the pressure is that if a woman doesn't enter the force, there's no longer this idea that, okay, we're going to come together as a family, whereas there was this reality that there was this understanding that you would have a partner. People were getting married when they were 18, 19 years old. Right. Our grandparents, now it's because of feminism. And I'm saying this is
oh God, there's so much left of this.
Is the downside of feminism. Women no longer have that sense. They think that they have to be pressured to go take out a loan to go to college, and then you have the pressure to get.
Well, they have the same pressures as men because women no longer rely on it for an income.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please.
I did like our conversation. Might have to come back to you.
Again, but again, honestly, you could say, "Oh, I like our conversation" because she's allowed to elaborate. But again, the big thing is that she just kind of keeps saying the same 5 or 6 things. That themselves she can't define more effectively, she can't support more, so it's just the same talking points over and over and over again.
Hi, Candace Owens. I'm Paris.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So, can I explain to you why I believe we live in a patriarchy and why I believe we live in a society that's preferential?
Easy job for yeah.
So I'm going to use the example
very
of male
easy.
Violence. There's a lot of places I can look, but we're going to talk about that. 81% of women have been sexually assaulted. 1 in 6 have been raped. 1 in 4 women are the victims of domestic violence. 98% of perpetrators of rape and sexual assault are men.
So this is the one point where I might want to skip this because this is the part of the feminist aspect that I really dislike. Some of those statistics bringing up like 90% of all rapists are men. That's not really true. And there are some pretty... This is where feminism, again, this is why I'm not 100% sold on feminism to any degree, because it's a lens. It's a theoretical lens that is useful. It's like a tool in a toolbox. Feminism is great for hammering in nails, but if I got a screw, I'm not going to grab the hammer. I'm going to grab the screwdriver because different functions, different tools are useful for different things. I think this is one of the few things where we start seeing some degree of feminist blind spots with like the idea of that 90% of rapists are men. It's like, no, 90% of convicted rapists are men. That doesn't mean that 90% of rapes are committed by men. That's the issue. And this ends up leading towards some degree of, again, where fair criticism is certain aspects of feminism, if you take them to their extreme logical conclusion, or if you aren't really kind of heavily understanding that this is a tool that has some degree of limitations and certain conceits and assumptions and prescriptions that are essential to it, that can be incorrect in times. If you're not doing that, you can come to some rather misanderistic and otherwise bigoted and or closed-minded conclusions. So I might skip this.
95% of perpetrators of domestic
Men are naturally inclined more towards aggression than women are. So I am not shocked by you telling me. It's, even if you looked at, like I said, male on male crime, you would see that there are more instances of men killing other men than there are instances of women killing other women. And that, I think, actually speaks to our biological differences, which is actually at the root of everything that I believe about feminism being a lie, is because they're trying to program people to believe that men and women are the same. Now,
oh God.
I don't think that pointing to the fact that men are more aggressive than women, which is a point that you and I 1000% agree on, whether or not that,
Again, yeah, we 100% agree on our misanderistic essentialism of men, sure.
manifests in the very wrong way, and, is the reason why we have men defending us, men that are
I'm going to skip forward on this one because I don't think this is going to be particularly productive towards arguing matriarchy, patriarchy at all. I'm having the video get frozen. Very frustrating, and I don't know why it's freezing. I don't really have anything else going on. As far as I can tell, I don't have anything else going on. Give me 1 second. Hopefully the stream doesn't crash. We're getting some chop here. Let's close this out and restart this old baby. Close that out, close this. Refresh the page. Apologies for this. Hopefully the internet didn't kick out. I don't think it.
power, because what I'm talking
There we are.
about when I say that we're existing under a matriarchy is that I believe that the social pressures politically and socially that are coming, and even within our music, if we talk about Hollywood, it's very much
that
has
power
become
means nothing. Like, just because who was on the top music charts or whatever are women, okay, how many women have paid maternity leave?
Okay, that's not
okay, like how are things panning out in the family courts? Why are abusive men having access to their children? Like, why are women making less than men? Like, what? I mean, none of that means anything to me.
So that gap, obviously, I'm sure you've recognized the gender gap has been debunked so many times. It's almost foolish to yes.
Why does our country not persecute men then who are rapists?
Well, the majority of people who are in prison are men, so I don't know what you mean that we don't prosecute men that are rapists. We even agree with you that in terms of.
So again, we're for most part having an extremist argue with another form of extremism that's not going to be productive, which is why we're skipping past that. There might be some utility in some of her responses, but I'm not particularly.
But I don't think it has anything to do with the conversation that we're having right now. But I agree with
Has everything to do with
5 more minutes to this claim.
We're adding 5 more minutes to this claim. Please, God, can we not have 5 more minutes to this claim? Okay.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, Adam. Nice to meet you.
So your claim is, just to be clear, that we live in a matriarchy, right?
Yes.
So I think even you'd agree that on a global level, that's obviously ridiculous when there are countries where people literally are honor killed for like Instagram posts. But even if we're talking about just the US, right? We don't have paid maternity leave. Abortion is illegal in over a dozen different states. And as someone earlier was mentioning, women are overwhelmingly the victims of sexual violence and domestic abuse.
Again, the sexual violence, domestic abuse, that doesn't necessarily suggest that we aren't in a matriarchy or a patriarchy. Like, they keep going that direction, and it's a valid thing to bring up. It's just, or it's a valid concern to have, but not in relation to this. Again, from a sociological standpoint, again, she's using these terms from a cultural standpoint. You can look at domestic violence and our response to it, maybe, but again, just bringing up that they're more victims of domestic violence doesn't suggest it. The fact that, oh, we live in a matriarchy, like, again, just the idea that women have gained more power, and like, here's a way you might do this. So you look back at, okay, so the idea of domestic violence was basically a non-issue back in the day. So back in the day, like in the 50s, 40s, and 30s, this idea that domestic violence is a bad thing and morally reprehensible wasn't really true. Like, extreme forms of it was, but it was absolutely considered, from a Christian standpoint, the Christian duty of the patriarch to oftentimes use force, if necessary, to control his household. That included, sometimes you needed to, as Sean Connery was infamous for saying, sometimes you need to schmack a woman. You need to give her a quick little schmack when she's being hysterical. Sean Connery likes to say that, and he said that in an interview with my God, Barbara Walters. God, that was fucking hilarious. And just kind of how out of pocket crazy that shit was. Not to, like, I don't want to agree with Sean Connery, but it was hilarious as hell seeing that at the time. Sean Connery talking to Barbara fucking Walters and talking about, like, the topic of, like, domestic violence comes up, and, like, hitting women, and how he's not, like, against the idea of that, because he's like, well, sometimes they're getting hysterical and they're endlessly talking and working themselves up, and sometimes they need a quick little smack across the face to kind of bring them back into, reality and reason. I can't remember how he exactly phrases it, but he says that to Barbara Walters, and it's so absurd, you can't help but laugh at how absolutely crazy that shit is. Anyway, sorry, small little aside, just that memory came up to me and I was tickled by it. Again, bringing up domestic violence, just don't, because it's just gonna be distracting. It genuinely will be. Again, all the other points are actually fairly good, and they do tie to this. And more importantly, just saying like this, look, bring on I'll elaborate on my point that I started and then I forgot because I got mixed up with Sean Connery. We didn't care and didn't think it was socially and culturally relevant or at all whatever important when the husband beat the wife back in the day. Now we do. That change would suggest, okay, back in the day, that perspective that devalues or otherwise de-emphasizes the harm that beating your wife is and making it sound more normal, that is absolutely not a matriarchal idea, that is a patriarchal idea. Now, the fact that we've gained that, you might say, well, that's kind of more matriarchy centered, or that's more equality, or more focused on valuing the women. Okay, maybe, but one, you would have to prove that or show that the obvious patriarchy that we existed under prior to feminism has been so eroded to such a degree across the board that is now not a patriarchy but a matriarchy. The only things you can point to dozens of little things, but at the same time, those dozen little things are insignificant to the tens of thousands of things that are not changed. We bring up Me Too, but how many people actually lost their jobs, were fired, were put in prison, were harassed? You might say, well, thousands, tens of thousands, such like this. Yeah, that's all great and wonderful. But one, are they still happening to the same degree now? No, they aren't. Two, in the grand scheme of things, how many actually suffer? How many actually were victims? Like, you're trying to make this as this sociological, like, massive change, and oh my God, it's so huge. But it's us, at the time you look at it, like, well, like a few thousand, couple 10,000 people. If we add together everybody who suffered some negative effects of the Me Too movement, justified or unjustified, what, million? Let's say it's 1 million people, 2 million people. Unless you're saying like just the existence of, and the social uncomfortable nature of it is, oh, it affected all men across the board. But it's like this, yeah, but to what degree? Did sexism stop? Do we have, is objectification stopped? Again, remember, you were talking about how women, remember the previous argument here was that women were more objectified now than they were in the past, more devalued and objectified. How does that benefit women? If we're living under a matriarchy, why would women want to objectify themselves, to turn themselves into an object and devalue themselves? And if you say, oh, well, that's because, feminism is terrible, whatever, then it's like, yeah, but that means that even if they were aiming for a matriarchy, their own actions prevent the matriarchy from happening. Again, I will say it 1,000 times if I must. You can't really listen to Candace Owens talk if you want to agree with her. The more you actually listen to her, the more you actually spend any time thinking about what she says, the more you realize she's full of shit, and this is all really dumb.
So that doesn't seem like a very well-designed matriarchy where women are victims or, lacking power in so many different realms of society on like a structural level.
I just do not think that women are lacking power on a structural level because they can't, which they can, by the way, abort their children. Is that like one of your components?
I just don't. Show, explain, prove, do something. You pull really tiny little bits, and yeah, they're pulling tiny bits too. But again, she's the one with the hard claim here. She has to prove it. This is her thesis. She is under review by others. Prove your thesis. Oh, well, just because, they can abort their children. But again, it's made harder. Why would a matriarchy make it harder for them to do their shit?
Is that
There's many states where abortion is illegal. Do you dispute that?
I am going to dispute that having a child is somehow something that restricts women in any capacity. Like you're
What
saying
about the
that.
ability to decide what you do with your own body?
I don't believe that I don't believe that murder is something that you should be allowed to
Sure,
decide.
and
Again, I don't believe that murder. But here's the thing. In a matriarchal society, we're not saying that again, you're assuming that it's all going to be good. In a patriarchal society, you're allowed to do good and evil based upon your desires as the man. So in a matriarchal society, we would value women, what women want, what women do, all those kind of things. And that includes women who don't want to do this, who want to do, according to you, evil things like murder their children and get rid of their children because they don't want to care for them anymore. In the matriarchal society, that would be okay. Matriarchy, none of these things are necessarily good or bad, evil, wrong, blah, blah, blah. They're just structures of power and how that power is doled out. Again, I don't think that. I don't give a shit what you think and what you feel on this matter, Candace. The simple matter is that if women, there seems to be a good number of women that naturally, it's just coming into the head, or however you will, that don't want their children or may not want their children either now, later on, or even before they have kids. Like, I don't really want them because I just want power. I want power to influence, and my ability to influence people can be, again, I want to influence people socially and culturally and all that stuff, and I want to do all this crap that you point to as this is a matriarchy. I want to do more posts about me too, but having kids interferes with my ability to do that. So it seems not illogical that under a matriarchy, womanhood and motherhood would be venerated to a certain degree, with given extreme power and whatnot. So perhaps abortion would not exist because they'd be given so much power and so much economic things that they wouldn't need to get an abortion. Or there would be structures to where, like, I don't want these kids anymore. I'll drop it off at the midwife's house. And there's just this, just communities and social gathering areas to where they just like, oh yeah, you drop your kids off here. Yeah, you don't want to take care of them for a couple of years. Yeah, the community of women will take care of them. Go on, live your life, queen. That's fine. That sounds matriarchal. And again, we could also still see, again, abortion being allowed under the matriarchy, because it allows women, matriarchs, to live this. This isn't a child. What would a child? Matriarchy, patriarchy, what would the child-led run society be? I don't think they have a word. They might have a word for it, but I do not know what it is off the top of my head. But we don't live under that. That's not what they're saying. That's not what you're suggesting. So again, it doesn't matter what you personally feel according to your personal morals. You have to look at, okay, well, what is the structure of like a thing that could be a matriarchy from like again, I'm going to use this word and it's problematic, from like an objective analytical perspective. There's nothing that would preclude that.
Murder is the legal.
It's actually what you're doing to somebody else's body.
Sure,
So I'm
murder-
pro-life. So
Sure.
the argument that, well, women will only be free if they're able to, kill off their own offspring, to me is
Yeah,
a really
that's a really
extremely off-colored.
Yeah, well, I guess if you frame it that way, everyone kind of has to agree with you. But when we're talking about abortion, when 99% take place in the first few weeks, when there's no thalamus, there's no cortex, there's no capacity for consciousness in the fetus that's developing, saying that fetus that has no capacity to be conscious, aware, anything else, should have the same rights, same bodily autonomy as a woman, that is an obvious.
And don't get an abortion thing. Don't fall for the bait. She just wants to talk about these little bait topics because she knows it plays good to her audience. What you should be doing is, again, your personal feelings on this matter have absolutely nothing to do with whether or not abortion would be allowed under a matriarchy. So if we're living under a matriarchy, why wouldn't we see not just, again, socially abortion being like socially and culturally abortion being normalized, which she would probably agree with and say, oh, that's terrible. That's an example of the matriarch. Okay, so then why aren't we seeing this if they have so much emphasis on controlling the social and cultural landscape, and they have political influence to make it a matriarchal because they're voting and doing all this stuff? Why is abortion illegal on the governmental level? Why is the power that they seem to have, that they have so much power in the social aspect and the culture aspect, that's with this Me Too and all this shit you're talking about, why is it that power can never materialize to any effective manner in the governmental structure, which is where the patriarchy mostly exists? Like, definitionally. Again, she can't work on this. That's why, again, don't get lost in her talking point. Stick to the argument. Her argument, because that is the weakest part. It's funny enough, her weakest part is her argument and her defense of it. These talking points they go one way or the other. It's just preaching to the crowd. Either you agree or disagree. You won't be convinced. It's just popcorn blood sports. Watching team sports. When you focus on her argument and force her to actually explain it out, and don't just let her ramble about a random talking point, but actually explain the logic and structure of this is when she is at her absolute weakest because she is dog shit at it.
I mean, you're making my point for me. That
You're actually making a
fact that
point
people
that
make this
people
point-
who are, are born with tremendous disabilities
You know, so for somebody who doesn't like people interrupting them, you're interrupting quite a bit here.
should just be killed because of cognitive
I'm sorry.
functions and
I don't remember
abilities.
saying that. When did I say that?
The best argument, which
Hold on,
again,
no, no,
this is
You're
sidetracked.
saying that
Let's get back on
we should
track.
kill people.
Oh yeah, she sidetracked, had to throw out some moral condemnation, some moral bullshit, and this guy's like, whoa, where the fuck did that come from? And now, no, let's run away. I got my comment and I got my jab in. Let's go.
People with disabilities.
What I'm saying that if you're saying, no, I am saying that if you're saying that it's cognitive ability and at what
The
stage
ability
you
to be
think.
conscious, and just so we're clear, disabled people are conscious. They're aware.
Okay. So the best argument that it is a life is the fact that you have to kill it. You have to have a procedure to kill it, right? So you have to intervene.
What
The
the
develop-
f-
like you
living
said, you
human
called
cells in it, but
you
it's
called
not
it
conscious.
a developing life. If
Sure.
you have to go into your body and murder it, then
You're
fundamentally
not.
disagree.
Jesus Christ. Do you know what you're also murdering? When you eat a fucking spicy chili dog or some kind of super hot salsa and you put that in your gut, you killing some gut life. How dare you murder your gut and the little microbes in your gut because you ate that super hot fire alarm, 7th degree of hell chili. You doing some damage. When you eat Jack in the Box, you're definitely doing some damage. I don't know. Like, again, this is just this massive sidetrack that, again, she just had thrown there because, god damn it. That's annoying.
On
Sure,
whether or
then we
not a
can
child
talk
is a
about
life.
paid
and I don't-
maternity
I don't
leave.
think-
People have been talking a lot about whether you have to be a mother, you have
Yes.
to work. A lot of women have to pick one or the other because in many cases, if you want to have a child, first of all, there's a big gap in your resume, so getting a job after that might be super difficult. And then secondly, even in the process of having that child, being pregnant, especially in the 3rd trimester, and then raising the child where the vast majority of the burden typically is on the mother, the workplace and our system of our economy is not tailored to make that easy for them.
I actually totally agree with you, and this gets
Paid
into
maternity leave,
this.
you agree?
I don't know. Actually, I'm agreeing with you that this pressure that you're describing exists for women, and I'm saying that it exists for women because of the feminists that came before who
No. Yeah. We've covered
argued
this.
for women to enter the
God damn it. She has nothing to say. It's just the same 7 or like 5 or 6, 7 dumb things over and over again. Shit.
workplace. So what you're
Yeah.
saying is the solution didn't work and it actually produced more problems. And now we have more problems and we need more governance to be able to tackle these problems. So you're
Any
like,
system
we
that's
need the
forcing women
government-
to make certain decisions, I just wouldn't
it's
call
not
that
forcing
feminism
women
to
to
begin
make-
with.
it's not
Women should have the
forcing-
option to choose, do I want to be a stay-at-home mom? Do I want to work? Do I have some mix of both?
Right.
That's the entire point here.
But you are also making an argument that if you are a woman who does run a business and does have employees, that they should be forced to pay them maternity leave.
What the fuck was that? Who? Okay, I think she meant like she structured that like the employees have to pay the maternity leave to the boss, but okay, I think what she actually meant is just like the business. Like, how dare the business pay for it? Why not? If you value life so much, why the hell wouldn't you want the community to be supportive of people having children? Part of your whole thing is that the community and social and cultural influence of feminism has encouraged people to not have children or put themselves in positions to where they wouldn't be able to have children or wouldn't want them. So again, she doesn't think about what she says. She doesn't think about the consequences. She doesn't think about what would be needed to solve the problems that she sees, even if we disagree with it. So ultimately, she just is going to always be talking out her ass contradictorily because she just doesn't understand what she's doing. I hate to say this because it sounds kind of misogynistic. It sounds like I'm hating on her but again, it's not because she's a woman. Candace Owens is stupid because she is stupid. Because she is willfully ignorant and biased to hell. It has nothing to do with her being a woman or anything else like that. So when I start again, and if you watch my Peterson debate, I'm pretty mean as shit to Peterson. I'm pretty mean as shit to Andrew Wilson. Not Andrew Wilson. The fuck is his name? So honestly, I should probably do a review of Andrew Wilson because he's a gigantic ass bag. Warren Smith, Jesus. I'm very mean to Warren Smith. Again, it's just one of the key features of Candace Owens is she is just kind of dumb. Peterson's kind of dumb in his own unique way, but it's kind of hidden underneath this weird abstraction philosophical bullshit. Warren Smith is dumb because he just says random dumb shit that doesn't go anywhere, and he's just trying to pretend to be deep. Candace Owens is just dumb.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so let me
That's
tell
like
you.
saying taxes are forced. Yeah, there's certain things the government does to regulate our economy to ensure equality and justice and
Okay.
better outcomes.
Okay,
Yeah.
but just so you know, when you do that, like to a small business
every
owner,
other developed country
so
does.
what you
Oh, the small business owners. Oh, again, you're just pointing out the problem and you offer zero solutions.
you are arguing for is supporting big corporations and taking out the little guys because
I'm arguing for
No! Ah! Jesus Christ, no. You just, again, you only go like half a step forward. You can't think complicated. She just reacts in the dumbest way possible to every single comment. Shit.
supporting people that want to be mothers and also work at the same
right.
time. The mechanism we do that with, it can be
But
subsidies,
you
taxes.
guys
like,
can't just you can't say that we can't have we can't get down to the economics like of what it actually implies, right?
I have an economics degree, and I can tell you if there's a small business that can't afford to pay maternity leave,
Right.
the government would probably subsidize them and help
Right.
cover the costs.
Where is the government getting money from? This is
Tax revenue. I mean,
right, exactly. So
we'll
from
see how
us,
Trump's
just to be
And again, notice again, she wants to talk about how feminism is so human and anti-naturalist and anti-family, and that's destroying this. But then when it comes to like, oh yeah, well, it will come from the general taxes because we always give more taxes and there's more money than they could possibly use. So that's why we have these like programs and create these things to help subsidize everyone. We spread the wealth to the spread through the taxes to make sure the society and things are supported. Notice how oh my God, you're going to use my taxes? What? So people can raise their children? Yeah. I'm sorry, you literally are talking about the beauty and wonder of children and how feminism is telling us that they can't raise children, but I want them to do it, but on their own. They can't bother me with it at all. Okay, well then I'm sorry. If you're not involved in this at all to any degree, and you refuse to, and you abjectly refuse to have any connection to this, and you're dog set against this, then why do you get to fucking have a say on what they do or don't do? That doesn't work. Again, you can't think about her, what she says, because the more you think, the more you realize what she says is stupid.
be clear from us, and this is the thing that gets me about all of these debates.
Yeah.
The magic solution that everybody has is that we just need to
it's
tax
not
the
magic.
government more.
Every other developed country has paid maternity
but
leave.
it's not magic as in like
guess
the
we
money
should go
is
to these
coming.
magical
The
countries.
money is coming from you. It's coming from us. So you're sitting
Yes,
here
that's how
saying,
taxes work. Yeah,
Yes,
like-
we should be raising taxes.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the entire problem is that the government.
Again, the selfishness. And again, this appeals to, again, the convenience. You don't have to pay. I'm not asking you to pay anything. You don't have to do anything for anybody else. You just live your own selfish, self-involved little life. And again, people who are, again, that kind of way, people who are only wanting to engage in that and don't want any demands on them, they don't want to do anything for anybody else, just this selfish, self-centered, fucking nasty side of people. That's who love people like Candace Owens. They only ever want to contribute and help people that they want to help and contribute to on some kind of personal basis. They don't want to help people as a general value. No, they want to help their friends because they value their friends. They don't value help. They value their friends, and then the help inspires or creates that value. They don't have any actual universal values or principles. Don't ever let any conservative individual like this, like Candace Owens or anything like that, tell you that they actually have principles. Don't ever let them confuse you or try to trick you into thinking they actually have principles. They don't. They have prejudices. They have biases. They don't have principles. Ever.
Government is already taxing homes times two, and people are
Sure.
already struggling with what's being taken out of
We're
their
not
taxes.
taxing capital gains properly or corporate profits.
Again, they're already struggling. Again, this doesn't actually contradict this. You're just appealing to the people who feel put upon which, yeah, that's the majority of people, because, yeah, the majority of people are being put upon and screwed over. But everyone else is just like this. I'm not talking about raising taxes on them. I'm talking about taxing capital gains. I'm talking about taxing corporations. These things that you just said are evil and terrible and going to swoop in and do all this stuff and take out the mom and pops kind of stores. Literally, that's where this is coming from.
I'm
properly
sure you
or
have
high
something
income
that,
properly.
that there's a reason that we should be taxing more here, there.
It's
The
an
point
efficiency
is that
problem.
the reason.
I'm sure you have reason and actual logic, but I don't want to agree with that, and I don't want to engage with that. I just want to talk in vague circles that inspire my base to be all kinds of angry.
You guys want like government
families are
efficiency,
having
maybe bring in more revenue to
Okay.
help women be mothers? Like,
what I'm saying is that you are just creating a cyclical argument. You're basically saying that women want to be able to have it all. Women cannot have it all.
The irony of her saying you're creating a cyclical argument is aneurysm producing. Genuinely awful. My brain hurts. I want to move on.
All because the
the
government.
choice to do what they'd like.
Okay, but you're saying women should have the choice to have it all. Okay, so you're
That's
saying
a really interesting way of putting like what you're. Do you have it all right now, where you're working and you're also a mother? Is that having it all?
No, I'm saying that it's not possible for women to have it all. It isn't possible.
what do
and-
you?
Yeah, but whoa, that was actually the question. Are you saying that's you have it all? Answer. Do you have it all or not?
And,
have
and
it.
that's one of the
Whatever
that
that is what I would want other women to have as well, which is the flexibility
Right, so
to
you-
work a job and also raise kids if they'd like.
No, but that's exactly. You guys keep arguing that what people want is more flexibility. So you're acknowledging that right now, with feminism on fire.
Feminism on fire. Again, everything is contingent on, again, how you know a circular argument is that nothing is ever actually proven. It's always A is true because B is true. B is true because C is true. C is true because A is true. It's just they circle around each other for a thing. Feminism, again, the only way it has to be true is if feminism is control, and we live in a matriarchy, and we live in a matriarchy because look at these facts, and these facts are true because we live in a matriarchy, and we live in a matriarchy, and that's proven by these facts. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and fucking forth. There is no, it's not. It's just self-referencing. Always. God, can we? This again. The worst aspect, the worst part of this is when she has to. We have to reset this. Sadly, I don't know what it is. YouTube. I don't know if my stream is being weird, my internet's being weird, but for some reason this video is having a hard time
And this
playing.
is why
Like this
women need to be
imaginary
like
Twitter
men.
feminist, but like
It's
right now you're
not-
talking to me, and
it's
that's not the argument.
I'm
that
not
I'm making.
actually debating an imaginary Twitter feminist. I'm speaking to you, and I have no
Right.
idea why you're becoming increasingly more rude.
I'm sorry, you've been talking over him. How dare you be rude? That's because you were making tons of assumptions and you're making tons of throwing out this bullshit, and he's just making obvious. Look, I don't know, you don't need to be arguing this Twitter feminist. What you need to be arguing against is what I'm saying to you right now. And notice again, the second anybody starts treating her not with white gloves and starts interrupting her just as much as she interrupts them, the second it gets even slightly fiery, she starts pulling out the victim card. You're victimizing. You're clearly being rude, and look at how crazy and awful and how shouty they are. Oh, it's so awful. Oh, awful. Why are you being so rude? How dare you be so rude? You have been rude multiple times. Nobody's called you out on it. They're matching your energy. You're getting more energized. They're getting more energized. You're talking louder. They're talking louder. And kind of matching your energy. And now you get pissed off again. You are such a privileged little princess, aren't you? God damn. Awful.
When I'm just rebutting your
Because
points that
you're
bringing
not
up.
responding to my point.
I
That's the
am
issue.
responding to your point. I'm saying that you're creating a cyclical argument where you keep saying that the thing that you just did, that you said was going to be enough. What we
Right.
actually need is for women to just enter the workforce. Oh, women are in the workforce, and
That's
actually
not
we have,
enough. I'm saying we don't have enough
okay,
because we don't
and
have
I'm
paid
telling you
maternity
that you're also not going to have enough because you're going to.
That's not a circular argument, by the way. What the criticism you can maybe make is, I can't remember the specific term for it, but it's kind of like it's like an exponential kind of argument, or exponentialism, or progressive thing, to where, what's the old saying? You give a mouse a cookie, he's going to want a glass of milk. It's basically you give him a glass of milk, he's going to want a blanket to take a nap. You give him a blanket to take a nap, he's going to want a bed to sleep in. You give him a bed to sleep in, he's going to want a pillow to rest his head on. You give him a pillow to rest his head on, he's going to want an alarm clock to wake him up in the morning. You give him an alarm clock to wake him up in the morning, he's going to want breakfast in the morning. You give him breakfast in the morning, he's going to want orange juice with that. Like, that's the kind of like that idea of it, just a sequential eternal kind of thing. It's not a circular. Even if you wanted to say what he's doing is bad and wrong and incorrect, just calling it a circular argument is stupid. It's just not a circular argument. That's not what a circular argument is.
And be complaining when you get that paid maternity leave.
I'm not
because
gonna get maternity leave.
Okay. Well, they are arguing for family paid leave. So
That's even better, yeah.
okay,
I
so
love that.
you might get.
Do you think fathers should also be around to help raise children?
I think who's going to work if everybody goes home every time a child is
Not
born?
everyone's going to have a kid at the
Pause,
same time.
guys. Pause. All right.
Everyone will have a male partner.
Nice talking
Yeah,
to you.
nice talking to you.
What was that?
Pause. All right.
Everyone will have a male partner.
What did she say? Something like, I would rather have a male partner? What did she say?
Not everyone's going to have a kid at the
Pause,
same time.
guys. Pause. All right.
Everyone will have a male partner.
I can't tell what she's saying, but it doesn't matter.
Nice talking
Yeah,
to you.
nice talking to you as well. My final claim is that feminism has made things easier for men.
Feminism has made things easier for men. I'm just going to go ahead and say this beyond just the claims that these people are presenting. It was problematic, really problematic in Jordan Peterson, and this one's even worse. The argument and claims that they're being put forward are some of the dumbest, vague, nonsensical, argumentative like thesis statements I've ever come across. Like, I'm not expecting academic level thesis statement. I'm not expecting some kind of essay style thesis statement. Not really. But something, a claim that is somewhat less kind of just stupid. Like, feminism has made things easier for men. Is that a problem? Like, there's no problem in that statement. There's no like argumentative claim beyond just like, it's feminism made things easier for men. Okay, is that good or bad? I don't know what that means, and more importantly, easier. Yeah, you might help define it later on, but again, something more is needed. It might be just the general surrounded Jubilee format, but this kind of claim just is patently stupid. It's either non-argumentative, or it ends up being false, or it's true, but in such a non-argumentative manner that why even bring it up? Like, what?
Hi.
Hi,
I'm Jenny.
Candace.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You said that feminism is easier for men, or is
It's made things, I think, easier
Made
in
things
society
easier
for
for
men.
men.
Yeah. Now men don't have to commit, and they're being offered
Fucking Christ, it goes back to this. That's what she means by, oh God, it goes back to her weird obsession. I think she just glitched out. Yeah, I don't know. This, again, it goes back to this weird, women are whores, and feminism has made them whores, and that because feminism made women whores, it's now made it easier for men to get sex. So now men don't have to work to get sex, and they don't have to be like proper upstanding gentlemen according to my Victorian society. So that's why feminism destroyed everything, because they made, again, that's not, here's the claim. Feminism has made sex easier and less consequential for society, which harms men and women. That's the claim you're making, Candace. Why do I have to tell you what you're actually talking about? Instead of make things easier for men in such a general stupid, just say what you mean to say. I'm not sure if I disagree or agree with that statement, but just say what you mean to say. Shit. God, she's frustrating.
sex from women for free, so they have to actually effectively do less and be motivated less, because feminism has kind of insisted on this culture of sex and hooking up. And I think
I'm sorry, not really. Not for like a really long time. And even then, she is responding to this weird, like, like this very small subset of pop culture, very youthful feminism that relates to like sex work and kind of sexuality. But that's just like that's like a 10% of feminism. And that she's just so incensed by this that she just can't think. It short circuits her brain into just uh, uh oh God, it's just more women are whores now, and back in the day they weren't whores. I hate using that word, but again, that's just what I'm not sugarcoating what they believe, because that's all that this type believes. They may not use that word, but that's all that they say is they're just sluts. They're just whores now. They've ruined it. They've taken women from being this goddess and this beautiful creature under God's eye and turned them into some base whore. They just don't want to use that because everyone will then recognize, oh, wait, this is just that same weird puritanical Victorian Edwardian bullshit that we all know was false and just ultimately just a really awful ideology. She just is she's just repackaging the same old bullshit we've heard before.
that's has been a net negative for women.
On good faith, I just want to say, I think you're approaching this with like the best interest for women. Like you think that
I really wouldn't extend that, but that's very generous of you to extend that.
is negative for women and harmful. And I think in some aspects we can agree to that. I do think that there are some aspects of sex work or OnlyFans or whatnot that maybe men are definitely the huge consumers of. But if we are so concerned with women putting that out for free, it's not, it's charged, right? They're making money off of it. Then why are we not putting the onus more on men for being the one that is in control of that demand? Right? So we can take away the supply or, condemn it all we want. But if there's no onus on men to be the consumers of said products, then wouldn't you think that would solve the issue that you're bringing up?
Yeah, I actually agree with you on that. And I really get to that. I want to be very clear. When I say that I'm anti-feminist, this does not mean that I do not also criticize men. I think that's something that people get very wrong.
Okay.
I hate this topic because it's going to just ramble about these kind of things because ultimately her argument is just kind of dumb. And it's no one's going to engage with the thesis because the thesis is just kind of silly. But there are ways to engage actually with this when it comes to like forced marriage and the idea that, oh, well, women are giving up sex easier now than back in the past. Well, that's not necessarily true. It's just women were being forced into marriages to do this, and that doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't all the same problems that we have now with it. I don't know. Again, commodification of sexuality is not feminism, but okay.
1000% agree. I believe the problem was seeded by the feminist movement. I think the sex revolution and telling women, I mean, literally these people were protesting, they didn't have their shirts on, and this used
Okay, sure. Well, it's hard to let her continue talking because there's always so much wrong and stupid in every single thing she says that it's hard to kind of go on. So again, feminism is the core of this because feminists were protesting and they had their shirts off. Like, yeah, sometimes, occasionally, like once or twice, all of a sudden you see that. And like, again, it's this weird, again, clutching pearls prudishness. And, oh, this is what led to the downfall. It's just like, maybe, or I'm sorry, you could easily see that this is just commodification of capitalism, has nothing to do with feminism. And again, where there's a demand, there'll be a supply. If there's a supply but no demand, there is no supply. Demand is needed first. So why are you, like, feminism had nothing to do with changing men into wanting to be horn dogs. and gooners, at best you might say, well, feminism, here's her argument slightly better. Feminism sexualized or made sexuality freer, or wanted to increase or encourage women to be more free with sex, because feminism was responding to the demands of men's increasing desire for objectified, consumerist sexuality. Because that's how you look at this from a supply demand perspective, is if you think feminism made women more this way, if you understand supply and demand, again, the demand has to be first for the most part. There has to be some demand that is not being met for the supply to actually get anywhere. Unless you're somehow saying you convinced men to look at women more sexually. Like feminism somehow convinced men to be heterosexual and to objectify and ogle women and fantasize about women. Is that what you're trying to argue here? That can't work.
To be just, your grandparents couldn't even imagine this, like women walking down the street and having their boobs out and their butts out on Instagram. And
Well, yeah, our grandparents, yeah, but our great 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 grandparents might have. This idea that don't tell her about stag films, yeah, no, like again, you can't. It's just, this is what happens when you get when you are a very ignorant, close-minded individual, but you're given a lot of social and cultural kind of support, and you're given a platform. This is what happens. And you're validated for your ignorance because it happens to fulfill some supply of some kind of emotional demand. This is what happens, is that you you forget that you don't know anything.
and it created an environment where men then had to work harder for a woman's affection, for a woman.
It's like she doesn't even understand the concept of like forced marriages, or like, again, oh, men had to work harder for women's affections. Men had to fulfill certain societal roles, but more often than not, women, like men were courting women to have women because they needed a woman as an object to be seen as a respectable individual in male dominated society. It was a trophy. It's, again, she's just kind of recast the entire system that we know and just decided to ignore all of that, all of the history, all of the understanding of that was even written about and understood by people at the time who acknowledged and even saw this as correct and right. That, again, women were, again, the men were trying to present themselves, if you want to look at this from a work labor standpoint, the men were trying to create a stable work place or business opportunity, so that then they could get a respectable manager who could then manage their affairs as they dominated. They were still the owner and the true power behind this, but they were trying to get an employee. That's like, again, this would be like saying that the people applying for a job at Amazon, that those people have the power and Amazon does not. Amazon wants to make themselves a desirable place to entice them to work there, sure, but Amazon holds the power in this relationship almost exclusively. Only in very narrow, high society natures is the guy, like, again, she saw a couple episodes of Downtown Abbey of about a rich woman, or relatively somewhat wealthy woman, trying to go after this super rich oh shit, what is the Sense and Sensibility characters, the Jane Austen ones? Fuck, I can't remember. Or Pride and Prejudice. I can't, the hell is it? There's that famous bachelor that they're going after. I cannot remember, oh, for the fucking life of me. Doesn't matter. But like the eligible bachelor who's rich and successful, and the women are going after. It's like she saw an episode of that, or read a little bit and just thought, well, this is true for every single thing in existence ever, from top of society downwards. That's just the way it is. And now that it doesn't look like that, it's bad. Childish. Mr. Darcy, thank you. Jesus Christ. That was pissing me off. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. Sorry, I had to step away just for a second. But yes, Mr. Darcy. Yeah, I was God, like this. It's something. It's like the Mr. Daniels, Mr. Franks. What the hell was it? Mr. Darcy. Yeah. The eligible bachelor everyone's trying to go for.
To take her clothes off, sex education in the classroom. There's this huge myth that people were just doing it, like, we might as well teach them because the children are just doing it. Actually, before they introduced sex education, the majority of high school graduates were graduating with their virginity intact.
What? What? Oh my God. Holy shit. Do we have a fact check on that? Of course we don't fact check that. Anne Hathaway, a BF, yeah. Yeah. The majority of high schoolers pre-feminism were graduating with their virginity. Oh man. It must be wonderful to live in her little fantasy mind. God damn, it's like Candyland of just simple stupidity. Good Lord. All right. Good for her. Oh, shit. There's just no reason to even engage with that one.
Of sex education, we saw a reversal. So I'm saying feminism actually seeded the problem, and now the problem is bad, and it's also bad for men. It's harmful for men to become.
And also, here's the funny thing. Yeah, they're saying it right here. According to CDC's Youth Risk Behavior Survey, 54% of high schoolers reported having sexual intercourse. That number decreased to 30% by 2021. It's in Paul's epistles, I think. But here's the other little bit of statistics, is that this number has actually probably dropped down, because one thing that people have been noticing is that a lot of young people, high schoolers, even post-high schoolers, college graduates, aren't actually having as much sex as they were before in previous generations. And they're not having kids. So this idea of that, feminism has made it easier for men to get sexual gratification because all the women are turning into whores because of feminism and they're all having sex. One, you might say, the peak feminism causes like this. Well, again, 91, that's way deep into feminism. That's like late second wave. And more importantly, our society, feminism kind of had a rise a bit in like the 70s and 80s, but by the 90s and especially 2000s, feminism wasn't really a thing culturally. Like, you had a little bit of the growing pop feminism, but it was kind of on a downturn for the most part. The sexual revolution was very much done, and yet we had tons of sex. We also had tons of sex pre this. But the big thing is that if feminism is turning all of people is made it easier for men to have sex and easier for men, and this is terrible in our society, why is it in 2025 and 2021, according to statistics, but also what we've seen in 2025, more young people, and especially men, are graduating high school and going on to college and even leaving college virgins? They have not had sex. Oh, that's because they're just watching porn online. But again, you were talking about sex. Like, that's bad. Like, so okay, now it just went from not having sex to now it's just pornography, I guess. But again, she would need to address this more. Not her, but Candace, but again, she can't because it's just this feels, not reality. It just feels.
Constantly exposed to pornography and soft pornography. And I think it actually, in many ways, emasculates men.
Okay.
But I would say they are the main social benefactors of that culture because, well, first and foremost, as we're talking about women who have to kind of pick one or the other or try to manage both, and can we have it all? Like, no, you can't have it all. On a day where I really feel like I gave a little bit
Again, she's being too polite, and Candace is taking the opportunity to just ramble endlessly about her little narrative feelings.
more to my career, I ache because I go, okay, but like now I feel like I didn't give the same amount to my children.
You don't ache,
and
you don't
it's
give a
constant
shit.
push and pull, and it never feels enough. It really
Okay.
doesn't feel enough.
So, like, to a degree, I think that feminism does benefit men. I think that it allows men to be more emotionally intelligent, allows them to understand what that looks like, and also be able to connect with other people, right? But at
Red flags, negative votes. Okay, so yeah, sorry, I probably should have explained that. So in this Jubilee video, their new Surrounded series, what the red flags indicate are basically votes to change out the opponent. So that's why we keep seeing opponents come in and out. And if you noticed throughout this, as more votes came in, once the majority raises their red flags, she will have to leave and a new person will have an opportunity to argue with them. So basically, it's kind of because it's 20 feminists versus one non-feminist, anti-feminist. In this case, Candace Owens is that. So the format is that kind of setup. So to anyone, to might not have realized this. Again, that's the kind of idea, is that whoever gets to the chair first starts the argument. That's why there is always somebody running for the chair. And then they sit down and start arguing for however long. And once the group or people start deciding, I don't want to hear this person arguing anymore, I want a new person in there, or maybe they want to jump in there, so they're voting that person out of the chair. And once it hits a majority, as indicated by the bottom left here, this person has to leave. They stop the timer. A new person joins in.
the same time, there's so much work that feminism has done for women that to say that it benefits men more, I don't think is an accurate statement. For example, Title IX has made it very possible for women to go to college, 600% more so, right? And I think that that is a huge benefit that we can credit to the feminist movement. Though I understand your point, though, of trying to say that like sex work is harmful for women and more beneficial for men because they're benefiting from it the most. But at the same time, if you think they're also suffering from it, does that not contradict your point?
Yeah, so I disagree on the fact that, and we do agree that more women are going to college, more women than men are graduating with college degrees. And despite that, people are saying that we still live under a patriarchy. Women are free to start their own companies. Women are free to pay women whatever they want to pay.
Again, she can't help but throw in random stupid comments back and forth. Because again, whatever, we'll let her go with it.
Women could hire, and in some cases do hire all women. And so I don't really understand, which wasn't your argument to be fair, the idea that even with all of that freedom, women are still not able to achieve what men are able to achieve. I think college education.
Why are you talking about that? Are you stupid? That was your previous point. That has nothing to do with the argument. She has so few argumentative points that she actually can't even have enough argument points to fill 4 prompts. She keeps having to use ones that she used for a previous prompt because she can't actually... Holy shit. This is like worse than I actually thought it would be. Like, I knew this was going to suck and be awful, but good Lord. It just got worse.
Actually has increased women's stress. And I'm talking about in terms of how expensive it is. And I know you're going to then say, well,
again, she just wants to talk because she doesn't have any points. Feminism made things easier for men. Why the hell are you talking about equality and going back to your previous thing, which was about like whatever topic it was? I can't even remember because it's just nonsensical and stupid. And she doesn't even care about it.
The solution to that is we have to then move the goalpost, and I'm guessing
Well,
here.
no,
You could,
I mean,
but like college
yeah.
should be free. Everything should be free. He thinks.
Well, I think
we just need more free stuff, and obviously nothing's free. We're just going to tax us
if I
until
could interject,
100%.
I just
Yeah,
want to say,
can.
I think the issue that we keep coming back to is that you believe that women would be happiest in the home where they don't have to work. And I think most people in general probably wouldn't like.
And please don't encourage her to argue for this. Don't encourage this, because again, this has nothing to do with her claim. This is the previous claim, which was we live under a matriarchy, not a patriarchy. She lacks so much, like actual fundamental, just argumentative points, that she's rambling back to her previous claim and the claim before that, because she doesn't have anything. She can't even differentiate. This is the scary part. She can't even differentiate different topics. She can't even focus for 1 second on her thesis. She just wants to ramble on about other crap. Good Lord, Candace.
Want to work anyways. But I think the main issue that we keep avoiding is that this is not an issue created by feminism. This is an issue created by capitalism.
Yeah, so I've heard this argument that it's an issue created by capitalism.
But you don't agree. You think feminism is the greater issue than the
I
system
think that
needs
now
us
the
to spend more money
issues-
to live.
Well, we have to spend more money to live.
Right.
I think in large part because feminists got duped by the government, and I think we're
Okay.
Sorry. Let's keep going.
we just keep further enslaving ourselves to the government.
Enslaving ourselves to the government. So the government duped feminism, and we're further enslaving ourselves to the government, which is using what to enslave us? If you're saying feminism has done this in matriarchy, then that goes back against your point. It's not matriarchy that enslaved us or feminism. It's the government, which is always government bad. But what is this? The system of capitalism. Notice again, she doesn't think about what she says. It's just always off the cuff, this bullshit feelings. That's why she actually contradicts herself and argues against herself every other goddamn sentence. Is she like the worst in respect compared to Kirk, Jordan Peterson, Rubin, Ingram? I don't remember Ingram. I've probably have seen something with Ingram, but the name, for some reason, the name's not popping up. But is she worse than Charlie Kirk? Oh shit. I would say she's worse than Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson's biggest problem is that he's just a semantic pain in the ass. And he's constantly just arguing for these random mythological, narrativological, substrate bullshit. Radio to Fox host. Oh, he's probably fucking awful. But yeah, so Jordan Peterson is slightly better, but he is still just kind of he's like the worst version of a postmodernist philosophical person that he hates, which is the great irony. Rubin, is she worse? So Charlie Kirk, I think, is slightly more coherent in his argumentation. He is, I think, a bit more evil. Is he still just eating meat? What, Jordan Peterson? I don't know. I think he might have moved away from that because he was going to go fucking insane. I think he stopped from that. I can't. I don't know. He's probably on some new random dumb trend. But Kirk is more evil. I think Kirk is more collective and coherent, but that's not necessarily to his service because he ends up just coming across as even more of a Christian nationalist, bigoted, self-righteous piece of shit. But he's slightly more coherent as arguments, which makes him, it's slightly better to argue against, but understanding that, again, he's just going to say incorrect things with extreme certainty because he's an incredibly biased person. But he is more consistent. Dave Rubin, I would put Candace Owens at Dave Rubin level, because the biggest problem with Dave Rubin and Candace Owens is that they are willfully fucking stupid at almost every single point in time. They are just impossibly willfully fucking stupid. So that's really their big thing, is that they're also just inconsistent. They want their cake and eat it too. They want to live their liberal lives, even if they call themselves somewhat centrist or whatever. They want to live and enjoy the liberal world, and they can't disavow the liberal world and the liberal values that come about from it. But they also just want they're mostly just grifters, and they just love the validation that they get from the conservative grift. And they hate being called out for their inconsistencies. Basically, they're just resentful of the fact that they kind of got called out by liberal, left-leaning media and intellectuals for being stupid and dishonest and bad faith and contradictory, and they're just resentful of that. So she's around the area of Rubin. Must be nice to live like that? Yeah, it must be real nice to live in that kind of state of being. And again, it only comes from, again, extreme privilege. Partly the only reason why people like Candace Owens and Dave Rubin can kind of come into being is through an extreme amount of privilege and just kind of luck. That kind of privilege that comes with just being lucky and not realizing that you're not where you are based on merit. You're mostly there just based kind of on luck. Weren't particularly intelligent, you weren't particularly good at writing or thinking or anything like that. You just kind of happened to be in the right place at the right time, saying the right things, and you got overly inflated based on that. And the second you start like getting a little bit too big for your britches, and you start trying to like pretend like you are an intellectual philosopher, they go out there and you present your ideas, and then the left and the kind of liberal academic side kind of goes, well, dude, this is crap. I don't mean to be mean, but this is kind of dog shit. You should go back and rethink these things. Instead of going, oh, wow, I was wrong. I should probably improve and get smarter. Instead, they go, how dare they insult me? God damn them.
I'm not a person who believes in big government. And yet you find that feminists are constantly like, well, we can deal with the college issue. We just need more government.
I'm not a big government kind of person. Yeah, that's a lie. You're just not a big government type person in the type that you see. Like, you are big government. You just want government to do different things.
Deal with the, needing to have more benefits. We just need more government. So it's like, okay, let's just tax every household 100%. And I'm trying to prevent that. And I'm saying that there was a time in America, and what's aspirational for me is I was, raised in part by my grandparents. They were very happy. They were just, I lived in that environment of what that looked like. And I think for many of people who didn't grow up there, feminism has taught us, and I say this as someone who had to take feminism 101 courses when I was in college.
No, you didn't. There is no feminism 101. Unless you're in like the gender studies department, but even then, I don't think there's ever like a feminism 101. I know I'm being kind of pedantic here, but there is no feminism 101. There's like gender studies 101 or something like that, or there's sociology, or there's very specific sociological courses that are like women in history. That might be a historical, in the history department, there might be some kind of sociology of gender course, but you're never forced to take those courses. If you took heavily feminist courses, it's because you wanted to take them. You can't then bitch about and try to convince people, oh, you were forced to take feminist courses. No, you weren't. You can take a lot of different sociological and the social sciences courses that accomplish a degree. Intro to Dworkin or something. There's not even an intro to Dworkin. There might be an intro to feminist history, or an intro to gender theory that specifically looks at like early feminism, something like that. But yeah, even then, like, unless you took higher level, like 300, 400 level courses, you're not going to get that specific. I know I'm being kind of a very pedantic here, but again, yeah, it's never that way. But she wants to sell this to people who don't go to college and who have no idea what college is like. So, yeah.
That it was like this nightmare and people weren't happy and people were suffering and women were
People were suffering.
People, were being forced, and that there weren't actually these things that just marriages that worked, that the women.
So she's taking the fact that, I mean, yeah. I got the kind of meme. I just kind of wanted to make clear, because there are a lot of people out there in the YouTube land, Twitch land, who genuinely have no goddamn understanding of what college is actually like. Liberal hellscape that Harvard. Yeah. I suppose Harvard could be kind of considered a liberal. I think most people, prior to us losing our minds and not realizing the difference between liberal, neoliberal leftism and any of that shit, I think most people actually would have like Harvard was never like a liberal institution, like a liberal leftist feminist institution. They were far more closer to like neoliberal Wall Street than they ever were. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get that, but yeah, that's what I kind of find it interesting, is that people like call like places like University of Chicago like these liberal leftist communist institutions, like this University of Chicago, Harvard. What the like? I could understand if you say that something like Berkeley, sure, but Chicago, Harvard. Jesus Christ, you people don't realize how far you have moved the goalpost and gone into extreme conservatism if you think that Harvard is a leftist institution. Yeah, it's literally a stockbroker school. Holy shit. Oh, God.
Women actually weren't disempowered by being.
And again, this is just just going back to Candace Owens, basically everything she says here is so ahistorical and nonsensical. She's just pissed off that they didn't talk about the rose-tinted glasses of the past, and they tended to focus on the past. And I'm sorry, when you actually look at the study, the past for history of men and women in the 30s, 20s, and 10s, for the vast majority, it's not. To be fair, many people aren't aware, maybe. No, that's the big thing, is that the majority of them, one, aren't going to college, especially young men, which is why they're becoming more conservative. They generally don't. It's not necessarily that they aren't going to college that they're more conservative. It's that because they're more conservative and they haven't gone to college, they don't actually know what college is like. So they just they look at these memes, they look at these random instances to where one college professor kind of goes off the deep end or does some kind of random bullshit, dumbass, performative social justice crap. And then they just imagine, well, the rest of the institution is like that, and colleges are just these liberal hellscapes that you can't express conservative ideas in there. It's just like this, dude. I was the asshole who, again, I didn't believe in this ideology, but I love playing devil's advocate, and I was the asshole who was talking about and defending, and from a logical standpoint and from a self-preservation standpoint, why Nazis burned all of their records of the Holocaust and their actions. Nobody else wanted to take that up, but I did. And you know what? The professor agreed to a certain extent. They're like this, yeah, well, if you take all morality and aspects from this kind of concept, and if you're looking at this from, again, a criminality thing, it makes perfect logical sense. They weren't anti-intellectual necessarily, though they were fairly anti-intellectual. But this process wasn't just an example of them being even more evil or anything like that. It's literally, if you're a criminal and you have records of your crime and you know you're going to be charged and there's going to be trials after this, war crime charges, you're going to burn the records. Who argues they didn't? It wasn't necessarily arguing why they didn't. It's just more people, like, the argument that some people are presenting is that them burning the records was because they were evil. It was just kind of a weird reductive kind of thing. And my kind of like, well, I mean, yeah, they're evil, but I don't think that's necessarily why they burned the records. Again, this isn't a great argument. This is back in undergrad when I was real dumbass. I'm still a dumbass, but I was also a dumbass back then. But my argument is like, well, it's not, if you ignore the morality and you just look at the, like, you are a criminal and you believe what you did was right or wrong, it doesn't matter. You obviously know you're going to lose the war, because by 43, 44, all of German in high command and Germany, for the most part, knew they weren't winning this war. It was lost. How bad they would lose, they weren't quite sure, but they knew they were going to lose by like late 43, especially by 44, like mid 44, especially. They knew, yeah, no, this is screwed. We're fucked. So it's just like, okay, that's why you see, one, the increase in the death camps, because they wanted to get rid of all witnesses, and they want to burn all the records because they need to get rid of all witnesses and all records of their crimes. Even though it's there, again, once you get to a court of law, you need some kind of things. Also, they're losing a country. They raised a third of it to the ground. Yeah, like, again, so that was the smoke. So, but again, just getting back to the point, this idea that colleges are these liberal hellscapes where you can't express conservative ideas. It's like this, you can. You just can't express dumb shit like Candace Owens. Yes, if you express your ideas like Candace Owens and you make bullshit, terribly thought out, poorly supported, poorly cited arguments, yeah, those arguments are going to get dismissed pretty quickly. And they're going to get torn to shit. Make better arguments. But again, none of this conversation she's really had has anything to do with thing about feminism making things easier for men. And again, she didn't want to say has made sex easier for men to get access to because she's stupid and her arguments are dumb.
Being the CEOs of their household.
Well, allowing women to have more choice and freedom and agency to leave.
Sorry.
Again, I don't know if there's any real reason to review the rest of this because we're just kind of circling the same goddamn, again, topics. Even no matter what the thesis is, it's just the same shit.
You've been voted out by the majority.
We'll see who's coming up next, though.
I did enjoy this conversation. Very respectful.
Notice that's why she liked it, because the other person gave her tons of room to talk, didn't interrupt her, and was very easy to argue over. That's why she liked that conversation. It wasn't, oh, it's respectful. It's because you were an easy person to talk over. Damn it. I kind of wanted Xena to go up there because she has some of the better arguments I've seen in these debates.
Thinking that a lot of your claims are very contradictory. Saying that we live in a matriarchy, that men benefit from feminism more. I would like to understand why, again, you think that men benefit from feminism more?
Basically, because men don't have to commit to women. Men are still able to do what they're doing, and they are allowed to basically step away from all of the responsibilities of what it really meant to be a man and lead a household.
Wouldn't that make it more patriarchal? Meaning that it benefits them because they're in the position of power to buy the goods, and again, feminism has made it easier for them to buy it. Like, no.
And that's in large part, I think, due to the sexual revolution.
I mean, is it really bad that we don't have to give men the chase? Don't they have gratification?
That's feminist. Yeah, that's feminist fault. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Again, she just picks a thing she dislikes, finds a thing she dislikes in society, and then ties them together. I dislike this ideology and the aesthetic of it because I don't like feminism. I don't like this happening in society. Ergo, feminism must be the responsible for the thing I dislike.
From chasing us, like it's a hunter versus prey situation to me. So I feel like a lot of relationships, especially back then, were based on trying to get to home run like very fast. And now that we have the freedom to not commit and not tie ourselves to one man for the rest of our life, I just don't necessarily think that's bad. I just don't think the revolution has decreased our value. We're not chewed gum. We're people who value connection. And sex doesn't always have to have this deep meaning. It is just connection and intimacy between two people who trust each other. And why do we have to deny women that gratification? Like men, you say that are wired to want that. Why not women? Why?
Well, we again, I go back to just our basic biological differences. There was a really interesting book that was done by a biophysicist. He, I think, recently passed away, named Edward O. Wilson, where he just sort of breaks down the biological arguments. Basically, he looks in the wild to see the behavior of animals. His thesis is just that you basically can never beat your own biology. And then he kind of compares it to what we see here as just humans and our social interactions and things that have been abundantly clear when you look at every civilization over time, whether it's from, 400 BC to LA today. What are these habits that you can see that never go away? And people coming together and starting families is one of these things, because we are.
I'm looking up a quick little bit for this is the first time she's actually like cited a specific person, so I'm doing a quick little gander at who Edward Wilson was. I'd say da. Say da. So for the most part, it seems like most of the work tends to be big in the bioessentialist kind of uh, debate aspect. Yeah, it's mostly just a lot of bioessentialism. So it's natural that she would go with it. So at least she's citing someone I guess maybe is slightly reputable. It's hard to kind of see, but again, the only reason she cares about it is because it offers a nice, solid bioessentialist argument that she likes, and I kind of doubt she's really engaged with a lot of his work.
Biologically wired to find a family, to settle down, and to have children. And I think when you have women that are going out.
Is he from the 70s, 80s? Yeah, for the most part. 70s, 80s, 90s. That's kind of his primary years. Like 79, it looks like, I think it was 79 or something, around 70, late 70s is when he published his first thing. So again, it's not necessarily bad, but again, most of the criticisms tend to be centered around his extreme bioessentialism, his racial essentialism, some degree of sexism, and kind of basically everything that comes with is just saying that everything is biologically orientated, and that kind of, even whatever is true with that, it tends to simplify down and ignore a great deal of sociological and or psychological influence that has, and the expression of those biological aspects and how they can be differentiated or different based upon sociological. Basically, it's just reductive is probably the biggest criticism. Again, I haven't done enough study and reading into him to know anything about this. I just did a quick little gander. Maybe we'll do that later. But again, she found one bioessentialist arguer who she liked and just is citing that. Well, whatever, it's fine. At least it's something. Hour plus into this, she finally has one citation that is something undergirding her political opinion or her opinions.
And they're giving all of the goods up for free.
The goods?
Again, she keeps saying this, the goods. It's such a weird thing to say. It's such a weird manosphere thing to say, right? It's such this weird, like, this is your value, is your sexuality. It's like, no. Nothing about, like, here's the big thing. And again, we talked about this, I think, last time. What is, for her, what's this value difference here based upon that sex quality? Like, what is better? A woman who has sex one time with her partner, marries, and then has kids like 20 years later. She only has sex once with that partner, just that one time, doesn't have any kids from it, and then has kids in her one kid in her late 40s. Is that somehow more or less valuable than a woman who has multiple sexual partners, like say 20 from the ages of like 18 to 22, gets married to her last sexual partner, and then has a kid immediately, and then has like 6 or 7 kids and is a stay-at-home mom? Versus, again, the first woman who, let's just say she has that sex that one time, gets married with the person she had sex with, doesn't have sex ever again, has a career for 20, 30 years, and then in her, say, late 40s has one kid and is successful. And let's just say that both of these produce happy families. There's no badness, there's no bitterness, there's no weirdness, anything. Both of them just have happy families, happy kids. Is one more valuable than the other because it had less sexual partners? Or is it less valuable because it had less sexual partners but had less children, and thus spent the majority of her life not fulfilling her absolute value and not living the ultimate joy and fulfillment of having a child? She had her career, and then when she was kind of done with her career or kind of in a comfortable place, then she had a kid. Is that more or less valuable than the person who didn't have a career but had lots of sexual partners early on? Then the last sexual partner she decided to she decided to stay with, get married, and then have kids. Is this more or less valuable? Like, why does she keep talking about giving up the goods so easy? It doesn't matter if they're giving up the goods easier or harder. If what you think, if the result is what matters, the kid. What, again, it just ends up being this weird incel Andrew Tate manosphere. They're used up goods. You wouldn't want to have sex with somebody who had so many sexual partners who was a whore. It's fucking creepy. It's worded in a little nicer tone, but the ideology is the same, and it's just creepy.
The goods.
The goods.
I'm not going to say,
So-
I'm not going to the goods
The
up for
goods?
free. Men
What if
are
women
not.
want the goods for free from men, and that we are very
You
very
can
happy with
certainly
those
do that, and there's.
connections? We're not sockeye salmon. We're not made to breed and have families and then die.
You are welcome to do that. I'm just saying
So-
that when it comes time for you to find a partner, you may find yourself in a circumstance where men don't value you as high.
Why? That's something that also hasn't been discussed. Why wouldn't men value a woman who has had more sexual partners? Why does that matter at all? If, again, if you're just putting this at the point of, like, again, the child sexual things, again, it just is completely and utterly unaddressed. And maybe this person will ask a question to force her to address that, but why does that matter? Why should that matter at all? More importantly, why would we want to encourage and allow society to value that way? If this prevents a woman from attaining and doing her biological duty, according to you, her biological essential duty to have a child and be fulfilled in that way, if men's repulsion and otherwise resistance to having a child with a woman who has had multiple partners, that would be just as bad and something you would want to discourage as the behavior of women having too many sexual partners. Do both at the same time. Why not do both at the same time? Encourage women, don't have so many sexual partners because it makes men not want to have a child with you. Then you go to men and say, men, I want you to be more open to women who have more sexual partners because you don't want that. I understand that, but I need you to be more open to it because some women won't choose this, but you need to be open to this because I want you to have kids with them. Sounds weird and creepy and kind of odd, but that at least is more consistent with the principle, not just with your personal taste. Again, don't ever let these conservative types like Candace Owens tell you that they have principles. They don't. They have taste. They have subjective taste from one to the other, and there is no consistency.
Why? Because men like you spoke to, men like to compete. They like to feel like they've won something.
I'd like to deprive men of that because they don't need to have that.
Sure.
That's actually
But you did bring up
yeah,
like,
yeah,
hunting.
and that's what you say, that men are, essentially predatory, and we have the goods that we have to keep from them.
Oh, I didn't mean the goods in a bad way.
But that's such an objectifying way, the goods, the grocery goods.
Honestly, I think that that's just kind of
we
in
don't have value
colloquial
in that way. We have value in
songs.
No. Oh, what? I'm just using colloquial. Doesn't matter. Are you objectifying and are you devaluing this thing? You are. Why are you participating and devaluing and objectifying? What, just because it's colloquial? You want to speak with the young kids? Hey there, philo kids. How's it going? What's up? No. You're just getting caught, and this is why she's getting a little bit antsy on this one. Because she, whether she realizes it or not, I think she does, is kind of catching on like this. Hold on a second. You keep calling it the goods. That sounds kind of weirdly objectifying and kind of creepy. Why are you calling it the goods? And Candace is now scrambling because she didn't think through what she's saying. And now she realized, oh, wait, yeah, no, that actually is problematic and not good.
Today, I think
we
people
have value apart from how many people we sleep with, how many, you also devalue education for women. And I think that's very interesting because you're also a very educated woman. And in a lot of ways, this is just like an observation. You devalue yourself a lot.
I definitely do not feel like I'm devaluing myself.
Make him a sandwich?
Yeah. Yes, which is the title of my book.
Yes, feed your men and everything. Feed the people that you love. Because family isn't defined just by your partner or your kids. Family is community, and you should care about your community. And understanding that, I just don't think you really.
Yeah. Throw that back at her. Make him a sandwich. What part of that is intellectualism? What part of that is valuing women's intellectual contribution? What, as a sandwich artist? Is Subway feminism? I'm confused.
Really care about the community that much when you're pushing this rhetoric of devaluing women so much to stay in the kitchen, stay within the homes, and also saying that they're wasting money on college when education is very important. There's a lot of female scientists.
There's
You've been
so much
voted
that I
out.
want to say.
Too bad.
You've been voted out.
Yeah, you want to say a lot because you know you stepped in shit.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
What's your name?
I'm Zola Stone.
Very nice to meet you, Zola. You have very pretty eyes.
Thank you. So you keep talking about
Random comment, but okay. All right. I can't really tell just from this quality or whatever. I guess they're fine. All right. I'm just not sure why you made the comment, but okay. I guess maybe you're trying to pretend like you aren't woman-hating nastiness. So yeah, you got called out for being kind of objectifying of women. So now you're trying to have a nice comment by another woman to save face a little bit. Oh, I'm not a total sexist weirdo. Yeah, audience votes quick sometimes. Yeah, they do. So yeah, this isn't a good format for actual good debate. But then again, Candace Owens is not a good debater. Again, it's important to note that when you think about Charlie Kirk, Dave Rubin, people like this, they don't really debate academics, partly because academics don't really like to do the debate style because it doesn't really work for good intellectual engagement. But part of the reason they don't do that, and they only choose this kind of quick format, this quick pop culture format, is because they get fucking pantsed. And neither is ultimate, yeah. All right, let's see what she's got.
OnlyFans and Kim Kardashian and well, I do OnlyFans.
Okay.
And I'm a stripper as well.
So you're in the sex industry.
Well, I'm mainly a recording artist, but I do that to fund the music.
Okay.
But, you're saying basically that we kind of devalue ourselves, but at the same time, I'm celibate. I still consider myself a woman of God. And so, not all of us are just out there showing the goods, we do respect our bodies still. So I don't like that you kind of putting us all in one box because of that.
So we have to, in order to have debates, we have to make generalizations. Of course, there can be some exceptions to the rule. But what I'm trying to understand is...
Yeah, honestly, that's been kind of my, every time she says something, that's my reaction, is just like, I'm trying really hard to not freak out. But now you're backed into a corner of, oh my God, hold on a second. I'm talking to a woman of faith who apparently is celibate and is actually doing sexual visual arts. So she's not giving up the goods in the same way that you might be saying, but you now have to tread carefully.
How can you say that you're not, giving up your body if you are a stripper?
Well, because I said I'm celibate. I still want to get married. I still want to have kids. And for some of us, it's hard for us to have kids. And I've also dealt with sexual abuse since a child, so I wasn't doing any sexual work as a child, and still went through things like that.
So I first want to say, perfectly sympathetic to everything you're saying, especially if you come from an environment.
I genuinely don't think she is sympathetic to shit like this. I think she knows she should be sympathetic to these things, and it looks good to be sympathetic, but I don't think she is at all. I don't think she understands the concept of empathy, to be quite frank. If I really broke this down, I don't think most of these kind of people, like Kirk, like Candace Owens, Ruben, I don't actually think they understand the concept of empathy. I think it's lost on them. But that might be mean on my part.
Environment where you've lived through something when you're a kid, it makes it infinitely harder. And it's actually a reason why so many people turn to sex work, because they don't have that structure at home that gives them, I think, other options. But would you agree with me that if
there's something I could go on with that one about the structured home and the sex work kind of thing, but I kind of want to get through this video and be done with it.
You could, that wouldn't have...
I went to college for music production. I went to LA recording school.
Okay, so did you decide to be a stripper because of economic restraint or because of freedom?
For freedom. We want the choice to do whatever we want with our bodies.
Some actively attack empathy. Yeah, Musk with his empathy is the disease that's killing us, or whatever his comment was. Yeah, a lot of them now are trying to present empathy as somehow this terrible disease. But let's go with her comment here.
For freedom. We want the choice to do whatever we want with our bodies.
Okay.
I don't think it matters if you do want to dress how you want to dress. That doesn't mean, you can, sexually abuse or sexually harass.
Okay. Do you think the men that are being brought into the strip clubs to watch you, do you think that they're walking away and going, I did that because that woman was empowered to take off her clothes? Or do you think that they're actually devaluing women?
No, I get it. I used to be that hypocrite, I said things that I said I would never do anything like that,
And also, here's the kind of thing. Are the men devaluing? Again, this weird value thing. I don't think the men are devaluing or valuing in this thing. Because, and also, it seems to just be this weird reduction of all instances. I'm not a strip club kind of dude, for the most part, but part of the issue of objectification is that it does separate out humanity from various other aspects of valuation. So, in many ways, when they're engaging in this thing, that's not necessarily a devaluing of a person or a valuation. It's again, it's an atomization. It's a objectification of a person and separating it out those kind of meaning and suggestions. So again, that's why again men can kind of or individuals can do an action that is objective, that objectifies and or harms an individual, but doesn't perceive it as harm because they didn't perceive the person there. But that's not necessarily an immediate devaluation of them. They still actually value people and women. It's just because of the social situation or because of that structure, it separated out the woman from the object in their minds. So you can dislike, but again, them doing this actions, like, again, this is not necessarily pro or anti Candace on this particular point. It's just I can see and understand various ways in which you can elaborate on this perspective in multiple ways. I just don't see, again, because Candace is just saying devalue, 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 and not trying to elaborate on what that might mean and signify. Again, it just ends up not going anywhere.
Like, I totally get that, but some people just want to go to the club and have a good time.
Yeah, I think most of the
So-
people who are making those decisions are doing it because they're dealing with addictions themselves. I think you're worth more than taking your clothes off. I think that if you wanted,
But why is taking your clothes off not valuable? You say you're worth more than taking your clothes off, but why is taking the clothes off not valuable? That would be where you need to go with this. Why is that not valuable?
to have a career in music, you wouldn't have to take your clothes off to do that. And I think
Notice, I think she is deeply uncomfortable here because I think she really is disgusted by this person, but at the same time, she knows she can't express that disgust because, no, I'm not saying she's justified. Again, there's nothing wrong with what she does, this woman does for a living, but she, from her perspective and her ideology, is disgusted and hates this, but she can't express that level of disgust because she knows it'll make her look like exactly what she is. She'll do this when the person is not in front of her, which is the great irony. She absolutely objectifies this person and turns them into an object of ridicule and hate and disgust and derision. But when she's confronted with it and the person, she now has to walk much more gingerly and carefully. That's a fun little bit.
that it's sad that you've been,
Every story is different.
every story is different, but
So,
I do think that
You know,
we can make a generalization.
I
about the
was
people
at
that are
that point
coming.
where I was going to college.
Again, that's why she's trying to take the victimized route here. She's trying to present her as a victim of this. Oh, it's so terrible what's happening to you that you've been victimized by society into doing this act. Why she's taking that is because it's the only way in which she can express her disgust without looking like she's attacking this person. But I guarantee you, I've seen it, you watch her when she's not actually talking to somebody and she's just talking about these in general, they're all whores. And there's no sympathy.
I was working 3 jobs. I used to be a nurse. So you just don't know the situations. You don't know how life is going to turn out. It's going to be ups and downs. But no, I didn't want to do it. But in my situation and things that I went through, it's something that it just.
But I'm
it
actually
works.
really glad that you said, no, I didn't want to do it. And you were put
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I'm really glad you did that because it helps give some validity to my argument here and doesn't make me look like a fucking monster.
in a situation where you had to do it, because I think that's really honest. And I think
Yeah, but it also doesn't, like, again, you're speaking from such a privileged position that you don't realize any of this.
the problem that I find with feminism is that it's a dishonest movement.
All right, guys.
Nice to meet you. I'm
Nice to meet you,
Catherine.
Catherine, Candace.
You brought up a book about that we're going to biology and that biology is what we should organize society on based on like what skills men are good at.
I can restate what I said. There is a book, and the argument that's being made is that you can't outthink your biology is the easiest way to say it. So feminism, I would say, is a movement where they are trying to outthink biology, meaning that all we have to do is this, and that, and then magically we're going to be transformed in that desire within us.
Again, this is really overstating the case for biology, and that, yeah, you can't outthink biology, but that doesn't mean that there is a massive, like, that is a very basic thing. You can't outthink biology. You can't just outthink, oh, you need oxygen. Oh, I'm not going to have oxygen. That's basically the level of what that means when you say you can't outthink your biology. She takes this and then goes way farther. way to an extreme, that the biology is evidence and everything is a result of biology, and at no point in time does there any social, cultural, any kind of influence that changes things to any degree, or shouldn't do it. And even trying to pretend or allowing that to happen is wrong. But again, notice that this doesn't actually work at all, because then we just go back to, well, all right, the only thing that is right and true that we can actually support is biological essential actions, which is basically just sex and reproduction. Everything else, biology is extraneous to our biology, so why would we entertain this? We just eat, shit, and have sex and reproduce. That's it. Everything else, whatever. Gives a shit. It's extraneous. Notice you can't actually, again, you can't actually think this way because it doesn't work. You then have to have some second or third things to add in there that have no relation to biology, which means that, okay, then biology is essential for some things, but not for others. We're talking about the other things, not these ones.
To want to start a family is just going to like die, or we're going to be happier doing this thing. And I think the answer to that is no.
Right. I would argue that our biology does not have as much of an effect on the things that we choose to do with our careers, with our life choices, as you think it does. Our closest ancestors are chimps and bonobos. Bonobos are matriarchal, chimps are patriarchal. So, and our previous societies have run egalitarian for millennia. It's not been this inherent desire for men to rule a certain way and women to rule another way. It has been egalitarian, it's been matriarchal, it's been patriarchal because there are things that go into effect, like your situation, your personality, that make you better, that would not be good leaders. And I know many strong women, and you admit is not going to have as much of an effect as I think you think it.
I was just kind of skipping forward because, again, ultimately it's a little bit rambly, but the argument is somewhat there, is that you're way overstating and over dragging this biological essentialism.
It does.
I totally think it does. And so that's why
I totally think it does. Great. Wonderful. How? Show me how certain things are biologically essentially hardwired and that there is no other effective explanatory theory for why this works. Or more importantly, show how the explanatory theory that is alternative to the biological theory, you would also want to do this, fails to explain certain things that the biology one does have an explanation for. That's how we change and how we modify and advance our theories. Scientific processes. If theory A can explain a certain amount of things and theory B can explain in exact detail those things that A does, but also explain and otherwise give us better understanding of things that A cannot explain. So all of the things that A can explain, all the things that A can do is encompassed in B, but B also has more. We go with B method. Because the B method, if we've hit an end point of A and we can't advance it anymore, and it's still unexplainable things, but B can explain all the things we've seen with A, but more, go with B. And then C comes along in D. You say biological essentialism can explain all these things and is truly rooted in all of them. All right, show it. Show it, then also show the moments, the points that cannot be explained by the other sociological, non-biological essentialist arguments. Not going to do that.
Let's getting back to college, since I'm assuming you support women going to college.
Yeah.
Can you explain why there is, when they can freely choose, why there is such a difference in the majors that women choose versus the majors that men choose when they get to college?
Sure. One, the difference is there's a lot more overlap than people like to acknowledge. Some of that might be, again, some degree of care harm. We have tons of explanations about how we are socialized to do this long before we ever get to college. So they are socialized to some degree to want to align with certain things. There's explanations like that. There's explanations of, again, within the departments and within those programs, a certain degree of bias and or discrimination that people will actively avoid, even if they like math. They may not want to go into math because they're afraid of being discriminated against in the math department. So they'll go to something that is math heavy, but not in the math department. There's a shitload of pretty reasonable and understandable things that have nothing to do with women just hardwired to do this.
Well, I think it's also important to note that things are changing and there's like many initiatives to get more women into STEM, to get women into higher paying career fields. When women have been kept out of these fields for so long, it's a slow and steady race to get them there. It's not that women are not choosing them. They're slowly learning that this is okay for them to choose. There's more women in STEM, there's more lawyers, there's more women. Women are making up strides to those positions. So it's not like they're sedentary and they're staying in these humanities or arts fields.
I don't think you're being honest. I think.
Fuck you, you rude bitch. Sorry, I'm going to be very mean with this, but that catty little attitude with how mean you have been and how self-righteous you've been anytime somebody shows you a slightest bit of attitude, I think you're being dishonest. No, she's not. Women have been going into more STEM fields and whatever. It's not massive change, and it's been slow, and some change are faster than others. But this idea that, oh, there's not, you're lying. It's like, no, nothing about what she said is lying.
Like, did you go to college?
I mean, I'm in college. I think I know that
women aren't, it's not because they're not pressured. It's because when quite literally they say, what are you interested in?
This is the fucking horse shit. Oh, well, the majority of this is like, she didn't say that they aren't going this direction. Again, this is, if it's a slow and steady thing, again, if I kept 90, if it was basically a 9-to-1 ratio, and I kept people out of it for decades and decades, and then I finally open it up, anyone can join this. So it's like 99% men, 1% women, and then 1 year I open it up, and it increases to like 10 or 15%, and then I take the test, I take a look at it and go like, well, look at this. It's still the vast majority of men. It clearly shows that women aren't interested in this. Shit takes time. You know? Like, it's not just going to be this immediate sea change. And then, oh, when you take a look at them, when I interview people who are in the biology department, hey, women, why are you in biology? Well, I'm interested in biology. Well, it clearly shows that that's why they're not in any other STEM degree in math and other sciences. Like, again, this isn't going to prove jack shit.
Women flock to certain things. They just do. We do. We as a whole do. It tends to be.
Again, and even so, okay, so it tends to be, let's just say it's true. It tends to be. So what? It's not the vast, vast, vast majority. And even if it is, who gives a rat's ass? We shouldn't be prescribing or just deciding, no, this is what women are for. Like, this doesn't say anything. Who cares? It doesn't matter. And ultimately, again, this is not talking about the prompt one fucking iota.
And this is because we are biologically wired. And even when a child is born, when a woman,
we aren't biologically wired. And I know that phrase, we're not really biologically wired. We are biologically inclined, but inclination is not deterministic. It is probabilistic. It is not deterministic. She wants determinism, and she wants to draw it from probability. That's not going to happen. Can't do that.
A female a child versus a male child, the girls start speaking faster and they speak more words. Just a fact, right? For the rest of their lives. Like my daughter started speaking, and this is not anecdotal, but I'm giving you an anecdotal example of something that is a real fact. So there's just a biological proclivity there that women like communication. And you see that followed all the way, as an example, into college. Women are drawn toward.
Yes, and some women find that math is a great way to communicate. Even if we were to take this, who cares? Again, you're trying to prescribe to people ways to live based upon the fact that they are somewhat more inclined or proclivity to do this, But again, you're drawing some weird objective, absolute, and deterministic ideology from just probability and inclination. And it doesn't work.
These careers that are compassionate, emotional, and communicative, which is why you'll see women flooding journalism. That's why even when you see women that are finding success, will say, I want to do away from these.
Right.
I'm so tired of her rambling. She gets to ramble a lot, and then she gets upset when anybody else talks even equal to her number.
But I would also bring up that the way that young girls are given dolls, young boys are put in.
I don't know why we're having troubles here. I don't know if it's happening on the YouTube stream.
Sports. These things that kids learn at a very early age are very impactful in what children like and pursue in the future. It's not simply that I don't think there's a biological gene that women like fashion and men don't. That's why we do see men in fashion. That's why there's actually at the top of all these fashion houses, a lot of men are in successful positions in fashion. The way in which you teach children to explore creativity and to play and what we put women in pink rooms and little girls in pink rooms and boys in blue rooms. That has an effect.
So, and I'll tell you why I disagree. And I know because I had my children back to back that there's a blur here. So I never had to separate them and say, you play with this, you play with that. They were growing up with their toys. I mean, 1 year apart, my daughter and my son. They just are interested in different things. And this is one of the...
But again, that interest is very small. I'm sorry. That interest is genuinely small. And it absolutely can be changed or influenced as they grow up. It is not deterministic. It might be slightly, again, we're talking ultimately, it's kind of like a 2 to 5%, like your daughter is 5 or 6% more likely to go this direction, and your son is more 5 or 6 more at that age. But that, again, the vast majority of what's going to determine what they want to go into and how they want to go into and how they study is all the shit that happens, the 18 plus years of socialization that's going to happen after they're born, after they're 1 or 2 years old. You got another 10, 15, 20 years or so of development, of mental development, and we're just ignoring it because it's inconvenient to her.
I think lies of feminism, and when you actually have children, there may be some exceptional child, but I am telling you,
it's not exceptionalism. Jesus Christ. It's not that exceptional at all.
my boy's first word was car. He is obsessed with trucks. He's obsessed with cars. I did not do that. I don't like having to answer his questions about cars. I don't like having to answer his questions about trucks because my biological proclivities are not designed.
My biological proclivities. But again, that's just honestly, that's just laziness. I'm not biologically inclined. Again, most humans, the reason why we get fat is because we're biologically inclined to be rather sedentary, to be very conservative with our energy, to be very safeguarding, to like to eat food and to not want to expend tons of energy. We can like it, certainly we can develop a like for it, but in general, we tend to be pretty lazy sacks of shit. That's why we get fat when we don't force ourselves to do things. We're biologically inclined to get fucking fat if we aren't listening to other aspects of both our biology, but also understanding that again, we love fat. Here's what people love. Here's what your body loves. Fat, sugars, and salts. And it loves that shit to an extreme amount. You can get that by eating healthy. You can also get that by eating unhealthy. Your body doesn't give two shits biologically. But notice again, we wouldn't say well, being fat is not just natural, but it's the biological essential reality of all people. It's just to be gigantic fat people. That's how stupid her argument ultimately is. She takes a little factoid that we are slightly hardwired to like. It's basically equivalent of taking the factoid that we like fats, sugars, and salt. That's what we love. That's what our body loves to eat. And because it's like taking that fact and then going, well, I guess the only natural way to live a true and fulfilling life as a person is to eat as much McDonald's as humanly fucking possible. This is the equivalent of her argument, and it is dumb.
I'm just not feeling passionate about engineering and wanting to know how everything works. You don't recognize that, and this is, I think, one of the worst.
I'm done with her. So we got the 10 minutes. I know who she chooses.
I am going to choose Jenny to have a further.
Yeah, she chose Jenny because Jenny was one of the nicer ones to her, and she was easy to walk over. We're not going to watch the rest of this. This video's already gone on too long. We're going to go ahead and end the stream there. This was painful and horrible, and I think we can very safely conclude that Candace Owens is a anti-intellectual, pseudo-intellectual fraud of extreme proportions, which is kind of what my series is all about and what I do on YouTube and on these streams when I'm not streaming gaming, which honestly I should have just done that. I should have just streamed some Monster Hunter. It would have been way funner for me. God, it would have been way funner. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and end it there. If anyone in chat or anywhere else has any recommendations or suggestions for videos that you want me to review and do this deep dive on, I am always open for that. You can always send me like a DM message or something like that, I suppose. Through, I don't know, Twitch or YouTube, like that. I think they both have some functions. Or leave a comment on a video on YouTube. Yeah, I will maybe take a look at those if I have a chance. I'm not sure who I'm gonna do tomorrow. I have a couple of videos I can review, so I'm gonna take a look at them sometime tonight and decide, and then tomorrow we'll jump in on them. But yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out, and until next time, and as always, I hope you have a good one.